Tantito. Yeah. Ay. Actually, that looks nice. You cut your hair? That looks nice.
Awesome. Cold, cold, cold.
All right, calling meeting to order at 5:30 PM. Maribel, can you help us with roll call?
Today is a regular board meeting of April 4th, 2024 at 5:30 PM. Members of the board in attendance, President Corina de la Loera,
Present.
Vice President Andres Quintero,
Present.
Clerk Andrea Flores Shelton,
Here.
Member Linda Chavez,
Present.
Member Min Pham,
Present.
members of administration, Interim Superintendent Dr. Almazan.
Thank you, Maribel. Now for our land acknowledgement, Board of Trustees of the Alum Rock Union Elementary School District does hereby acknowledge that the district schools and facilities sit on the traditional lands of the Moak Maloney people. And the Board of Trustees further acknowledges with respect and reverence the Moak Maloney people tribe of the San Francisco Bay Area for their stewardship of these lands. Now, if you all can join me for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this time, do we have any modification to the agenda? Any items that you all would like to move? Have some time to look at it.
I'm sorry, can we talk about the consent calendar items when we get to consent? We
Yes.
do that now. Okay, thank you.
I think if you are all okay with moving item. Well, actually. I mean, we could leave it there. I know some people might be here, just to, hear item 701 and moving it after, closed session. But, I'm okay with leaving it there too. Yeah, let's just leave it there. Any modifications? Otherwise we'll move forward. All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to item 103. Welcome and explanation to the audience. So any person may address the board on any item on the meeting agenda. Persons who wish to speak on an item on the agenda will have an opportunity to do so when the agenda item is introduced and presented during this meeting. There is a limit of 2 minutes for each speaker. The board has a right to limit total public comment on any agenda item to no more than 20 minutes. Persons who wish to speak to the board about any matter within the jurisdiction of the district, but not on this agenda, will have an opportunity to speak during item 201 on this agenda as stated below. All right, moving on to item 201. Any public members who wish to address the board on matters not on the agenda, if you can please come up to the podium at this time. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Adrienne Vane. I'm a middle school teacher at Joseph George Middle School. Recently, I've heard that next year, the district is going to be getting rid of supplemental online supplemental materials from teachers. And I'm very concerned about this. To me, supplemental means addition, adding to, making things better. Like when you get supplemental insurance, it's not your main insurance, it's supplemental. And there are things that I do to supplement my classroom to make it more fun, more enjoyable, to make it that kids would like to be there, such as there are review games that I use online. There are also different little things that just make learning, especially in the 21st century, even better. And so I do agree that these materials should not be what is used completely in the classroom. We still need to be using our adopted curriculum, not adapted, adopted curriculum, which I do. But we also need to have these supplemental materials. I would also like to say that with the ELA, middle school ELA, we have a program, our adopted curriculum is StudySync. When we went to StudySync, I was on the committee that helped bring StudySync about. We never got the novels for StudySync. I don't know if you remember being in middle school, but it was really studying novels. 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, there is only one classroom set that goes with the StudySync curriculum, and that is Percy Jackson and the Lightning Thief. We do not have any other of the novels. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other, we'll go ahead and move on to item 3. Interim Superintendent Almazan, is there somebody here to do that?
Thank you, Board President. I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Campbell for this special presentation.
Good evening, Board President, board members, and Dr. Almazan. I'd like to introduce Dr. Tara Bickford, the Director of Academic Services, that will be sharing a special recognition for our elementary and middle school students that won our spelling bee.
So good evening, everyone. We, over the course of February to March, had some amazing things happen across the district. We had our elementary spelling bee and our middle school spelling bee, And from there, 2 finalists from both elementary and then 2 finalists from middle school got to go and compete at the countywide spelling bee. And at each one, our finalists that were representing our district all placed within the top 5 at each round. So it was amazing, the support that our students had going in and how much they did in performance. We do have 2 of our people here. I know we had a mariachi performance, keeping one of them away tonight, but I wanted to recognize all of them with a little certificate on the amazing work and studying that took to get there. And I also invite you guys, if you want to come take pictures with them as they come up, feel free. And if students, you hear your name, please come up.
We have
So-
them stay up here
Yeah,
and then we can join them at the end.
absolutely. So just stay up here and we'll take a picture once you guys are done, okay? So Julie Boo, please come up. Julie's from Renaissance at Fisher, yes. Congratulations. And we have Amanda Lee out in the audience. These 2 lovely ladies represented our middle school portion. Amanda is from Renaissance at Matson, so we had our 2 Reds representing strong. And then our 2 elementaries, I don't see them, but we had Jessica Nguyen, who was one of our finalists last year, do it again, and Jacqueline Garibay. An Adelante 2 and McCollum student,
You say the second name again?
Jacqueline Garibay.
Oh.
Yes, thank you.
We can join them.
Yeah, like- Congratulations.
Any public comment on this? Any members of the public wishing to address the board on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'll go ahead and open it up to my peers here, trustees, any comments? Questions from
I'll just say it.
trustee Pham?
Yes, congratulations to our elementary middle school spelling bee winners. I want to congratulate you on this great achievement. Spelling builds vocabulary, and I know so because the last time I was in a spelling bee was, was it? Oh my God, the year was the fall of 1992. So I'm dating myself here, right? And so the the Goss division of the district spellathon, although I didn't advance further, but I want to congratulate again on this great achievement. I know you will move on to bigger and better things, and this is a proof that the Alum Rock School District is providing a good education for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, trustee Pham. Okay, see no others. Yeah, congratulations. I'll just echo what trustee Pham mentioned and also congratulate all the students out there and our teachers who are preparing our students well. And it's really exciting, and I'm honored and proud to hear that our name, Alum Rock, is out there in the top 5. And so I look forward to continuing to have our Alum Rock name out there for good reasons, good education, and thanking the parents also, along with the teachers to ensure that our students are well prepared, whether it's a spelling bee or whatever it is. I know, as somebody mentioned, our mariachi group, is out, and our community too, and we have so many students doing amazing things in our community. So thank you, for highlighting our students for our spelling bee competitions. So now we're gonna go ahead and move on to item 4. Announcement of public comments regarding items to be discussed in closed session. Dr. Almazan, I don't know if you're ready to make the announcement, otherwise I can make it and then we can, yeah, okay. So we will be heading out to closed session to discuss the public employment employment, the interim superintendent, and then also item 404, conference with labor negotiations with the interim superintendent. So we will go out hopefully for not too long of a closed session and then return back. Approximately, what do you all think, colleagues?
1 hour?
1 hour. All right, so we'll see you back here at 6:42 to reconvene. Thank you.
I think she just. And when you don't have it,
Kinds of cheese,
it's been
so
seen now, they
there's
might have
nothing
it.
that's wrong.
No, they upped it. Can you no, more lower it. I mean, heat.
I know, I'm trying to hotter, not colder.
This one, mine is, it's the
Remote
last.
control.
Oh, that one?
Yeah. Huh?
I'll send,
Okay, so I looked up to 72.
They're managed. Great. They're getting talked. Yeah, they're dead to each other. My little granddaughter, my little granddaughter said that. This little girl was that. She was her best friend before. She's dead to me. Not yet.
All right, we have quorum, calling meeting back to order at 6:42 PM. So the actions from our discussion will be taken in item 701. We'll move on to item 6. Do we have Teamsters here? Welcome. Yes, we do.
So, I see that tonight this board is continuing its, path that it took a few weeks back. Or at least they have it on the agenda. You've got rid of our superintendent that we had that was successful here. We are losing Dr. Clyden, shortly. And now I see that this board is trying to get rid of, Jess Cerner. Now, I've worked with Jess Cerner for a quarter of a century. I worked with him at San Juan, I worked with him at Sac City, and I've worked with him on and off here. There's a man that has kept his integrity, has mad skill sets, and we're going into some very terrible financial times, not just at this district, but statewide. But this district has a deficit. This district has declining enrollment. We have challenges. The state budget for schools is looking to be less than 1% still, maybe even 0%. And we're getting rid of qualified, talented people. Now, I know if I was flying out of Denver's airport in the middle of the winter and they said, look, you could take this plane here and it's got a brand new crew that just got out of the training school, or this one that's got experience, I know which plane I'd fly on. But I'm afraid that this board, with some of the actions it's doing recently, would choose the one with no skills, with no experience. I have no problem at all with our new interim superintendent. That's not where my issue is. But my issue is I have a lot of concerns that when we're going through stormy waters that are coming up for at least the next year or two at this district and statewide for schools, this board is taking rash actions that are going to impact the students. They're going to impact the community, and they're certainly going to impact the bargaining units here. We've had labor peace for many, many years. For those of you that worked around before Dr. Bauer's time, we had Jose Manzo, and we had other people, and we had some real problems. In fact, the board that preceded this one was one of those problems. I mean, we were having the forensic grand jury out there on them. There was restraining orders and all kinds of crazy stuff that do not belong in a school district. And I'm just really going to tell you, I mean, I hope that you guys do not get rid of Jess Cerner. You don't have somebody to replace somebody with that caliber of experience and integrity, and stop doing whatever you're doing right now. I mean, this sounds like somebody's personal vendetta, not like you're trying to run as a functional school board. I was so happy that the old board, there was just, doing stupid stuff like the restraining orders and stuff like that. They looked kind of corrupt. I was so glad they were gone. I was so happy to see you guys in here. I can't say that anymore. Please do the right thing. Please start acting like a functional board that I thought you were. And please start looking at what this board should be doing, which is to serve the students, to serve the community, and not do some kind of person's vendetta. Please stop that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anybody from California School Employees Association here?
Sharon Fontaine, President, sends her regards.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to item 603, Alum Rock Educators Association.
Good evening, board members, community. My name is Sandra Rivera, Alum Rock Educators Association President, and I just have a few words tonight. One, I'd like to say that we had a fantastic new educator event that we held on Monday. Area decided that we wanted to recognize and showcase the teachers that had joined our organization and the district since COVID. So we went back to 2020 and we invited 165 members plus all of the site reps. And after a couple of hiccups, we had a wonderful event at Maggiano's on Monday and we welcomed about 60 educators there. And they asked a lot of questions. They asked about how to get more units and how to move over onto the pay scale. And, you know, all of those kinds of questions that let them know how to be a better educator. We talked about some best practices and that sort of thing. So that was a wonderful event. This morning I made the rounds with Trustee Pham and we visited 4 schools. So it was awesome to be able to get into some of my colleagues' classrooms and see the wonderful things that they were doing. And kids, you know, they say the darndest things and ask the cutest questions. And so that was really fun and exciting to do. But on a different topic, I did have a couple of teachers that came to me and asked what we can do about transportation. Some of them have been planning field trips and we use the school district transportation through Teamsters. And we have a large bus that has been unable to be fixed or repaired. And so when a cost of a field trip is $300 with one bus, with one driver, the cost goes up exponentially when they have to send 3 buses and 3 drivers. And sometimes it makes it so that the field trip is unattainable for the classes and the students to go. So we're asking that we can look into that and see how we can make it so that we can get that large bus fixed. And also about sometimes if a field trip is too short, then we can't find a driver. So if you have a field trip that goes from 9 to 11, nobody's wanting to pick that up. And so if the teachers are taking all the time to prepare and to plan and to get the students ready and prepared for the experience that they're going to be doing, whether it be to an animal shelter to learn about housing cats in their different environments and living things and those kinds of things, if we can try to fulfill it on the back end and get them the buses and the transportation they need, they'd greatly appreciate that. Another area of need right now is substitute teachers. We have a lot of departments and teachers who are, when they need to be out, don't get that proper sub. And so it creates a huge burden. And it's not that it's unfair, but the children's best practices and best environments aren't reached at that point, because when we have to break up kids and divvy them up, then the lessons that were prepared for them for the day aren't usually delivered because they're working on independent projects instead. What was the last one? Counselors, thank you. One of the areas that we have been talking to our different members about is the need for the fully staffing of counselors at each school site and the wellness centers. Those are things that, coming back from COVID, we are looking at to try to figure out how we as area and educators can work with the district, because the needs of our children are just so different. We need to look at the whole child, because for a lot of the times, the whole child, when their needs aren't met, when they're dysregulated in the classroom, no amount of, I don't want to say no amount of curriculum, but no amount of curriculum can fix that. We need to look at the child and give them the support that they need so that they are ready to come into the classroom with the learning mindset, getting everything else taken care of. We have the food in the cafeteria, we have the educators to educate them, but sometimes we just need that extra individual, that extra hand that helps get them that transition and the counselors into the classrooms. So as we go into spring break and everybody gets a much needed rest and relaxation and break, I would just like to thank you guys for all of your hard work. And as we move forward in this time, area is looking forward to negotiating on April 23rd with the new head of negotiations appointed by Assistant Superintendent Tarico. We would like to thank the board for looking at the dismissal of Mr. Cerna and his contract. For far too long in our negotiation practices, area has felt like they have been dragged out and pulled along. And we would like to move forward and get a contract settled within the year so that we're not constantly having to be fighting for years past and doing retros. So thank you very much for your time and have a good night.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item 604, Alum Rock Administrators Association. Welcome.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Interim Superintendent, Dr. Almazan. Our USD staff and the Alum Rock community, my name is Alicia Myers Kelly, and I'm here to share the updates from schools and departments on behalf of the Alum Rock Administrators Association. Elementary schools have hosted Cesar Chavez marches on their campuses March 28th and marched with the district at the Mexican Heritage Plaza and participated in the poetry and art contests. Math night is scheduled for April 17th at Curitan, and family literacy night is scheduled for tonight at San Antonio. Open houses are scheduled for the month of April, and Linda Vista is proud to report that they surpassed their goal of reading during the month of March. Several of our schools had Mariachi Los Gavilanes perform this week, and our students really enjoyed it. Lindale has been busy with participation in the Kindness Challenge and offering English communication and basic computer skills classes to parents. And Linda Vista and Lindale continue to provide yoga, meditation, and mindfulness classes to their 1st through 5th graders. Painter hosted their Parent Awards and Education Night last night, and they're excited to start their lion dance coaching program. And they also have the VDLI teachers visiting DeMille Elementary in Westminster on April 17th. Lastly, they are really excited that they were invited to SCOE to participate in the September 2024 CDE launch of the Vietnamese American Experience Model Curriculum. And Rusa McKinty wants all Alum Rock community members to know they're invited to their annual Earth Day event on 4/25 at 5:30. Ocala's Avid team hosted the annual college night event, and their boys soccer team brought home the sectional championship. They also had a number of students participate in the Cesar Chavez contest, and now 4 of their students' poems and artwork are hanging in the Mexican Heritage Plaza. Renaissance Academy, they had their outstanding percussion section, and they were recognized at the ARUSD Band Festival. And their ethnic studies students are excited about their upcoming visit to Alcatraz. Shepherd Middle School Trojan boys placed 2nd in March Madness, you may be aware, Mr. Pham.
Yeah.
And Shepherd received the Best Brass Award at the District Advanced Band Festival. And they actually were welcoming new 6th graders because they've been doing their 5th grade tours. And Aptitude implemented the FLY program and Sown to Grow program. And they've done a number of other things, attending CM trainings and other items. Also, Academic Services says that they have gotten 20 teachers fully universal design lessons level 1 micro-credentialed, say that really fast, and implementing UDL. And we had an amazing time with March Madness Tournament, Cesar Chavez March, District-wide Band Festival, and they are looking forward to the Copita Tournament, April 26th through 28th. Thank you all for your time.
And just a reminder, if we can get Dr. Almazan maybe a list of all the invitations for us, so we can look at our calendars and hopefully join our community. All right, moving on to item 605, interim superintendent.
Thank you, Board President. First, I want to thank the board for entrusting me with the privileges serving as interim superintendent. Your trust in my leadership empowers me to continue the amazing work that the district has been able to do and to continue to foster the meaningful relationships that we've had with so many of our community members and partners for the benefit of our students. So I want to express that first. And additionally, I want to thank teachers, staff, administrators, our bargaining units, as well as our parents, community partners, and members for your support during this transition time, because it means a lot to me. It means a lot to me because this is a big transition. And with that gratitude, I'd like to extend that gratitude also to take a moment to express that to Dr. Hilaria Bauer for her dedication, leadership, and passion for education, which really has left an indelible mark in our school district and our schools and the countless, youth and adults that she has impacted throughout the years, right? And throughout her long tenure as superintendent, she was an inspiration in guiding our community to the highest level of commitment to excellence. And so with that said, her innovative initiatives and an unwavering support for students and staff, families, and the vision for the future transformed our classrooms and our schools into vibrant centers of learning. So with that said, I just want to highlight the fact that she went far and beyond her administrative duties. Her kindness and empathy and, care for everyone made her not just a leader, but a mentor and friend to many. And so I want to thank Dr. Bauer for her service here at Alum Rock and beyond. And I wish her all the best in her future endeavors. And finally, I would like to highlight some of the joys that I witnessed in the just recently in the short time that I've been interim. And these are not in any particular order. But Board President and I had the opportunity to attend a press conference for the wellness centers that will be coming to our districts. And we are enthusiastically awaiting these 8 wellness centers to be up and running. And so we thank the Valley Health Foundation for that award. Thank you to state and federal. Also, I was able to attend the first student advisory committee. Was it last week, Ms. Garcia? I think it was last week. Yeah. And I had the privilege of hearing many of our middle schoolers in this space actually be involved in, civic duties as students and, exercise their agency and be part of the democratic process in voicing how we can make their district and their schools a better place, right? So that was very fun to see. So they'll be meeting again, I believe in May. The Cesar Chavez March was amazing as always. And I see Ms. Talton here. Thank you for bringing your choir group to perform at that special event honoring Cesar Chavez. We also had our district mariachi there, always representing well. And our poetry winners actually were also present to recite their awesome poems. And that was students from Adelante 1 and Ocala and Lucha. And I do want to encourage all of our community to please take a look at our poster winners out in the hallway. It's our mini museum gallery, if you will, of our students and their work. So please check that out later. And then thank you to Ms. McChristian and our music department. I had a wonderful time at the band festival at San Jose State University. It was such an honor to hear our up and coming musicians, even if it was just for a little while, right? Even if it was just for a little while, they sounded amazing. And last, or a couple more things, because I want to highlight the joys of our district, right? I want to highlight the joys. I had the opportunity to also meet our Spark parents last week, and we had early learning present to our Spark on their program. And so they had a lot of great questions about our program and very interested in also learning more about it and spreading the word for us. So that's one of our marketing folks, Trustee Charlotte. And likewise, I enjoyed our site visits with Trustee Pham and President Rivera this morning. Thank you to the VAPA cluster, and I see Ms. D'Ambrosio here. Thank you for inviting us into your space. It was awesome to see our students, in their element of learning and exchanging those great ideas, as they learn about, the story of Corona and the island of the blue dolphins, right? And of course, our awesome SLS, State and Federal and Student Services Department for putting on the McKinney Vento event. I believe it was yesterday. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Awesome. Thank you for that. And that was, highlighting and focusing on our McKinney Vento, migrant ed, and our foster youth families and students. So thank you to those three departments. So, and with that, I wish everyone an awesome spring break, and looking forward to Copita and all the other events such as Earth Day at Russo McIntee. So thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Almazan, any of my colleagues want to report out on any, Vice President Quintero?
No report out, just a request to have a thorough report as to why how long the bus has been broken down, what is the reason why? And what's the ETA or the expected time in which it will be repaired? Field trips are the highlight of kids, school time. I remember that I always look forward to them. And I think it's a good opportunity to get kids out there, get some experiential learning when they go out and do these site visits. And so things that are keeping them from doing that, we should figure out how to resolve that. So looking forward to a report on when that will be repaired.
Thank you. Any of my colleagues want to report out on anything?
Okay.
Trustee Pham?
Well, first of all, I want to congratulate all the participants in District Cesar Chavez Day and Battle of the Bands. Sometime, one of the downsides of being a part-time board is we all have day jobs, and we physically can't be everywhere. The Star Trek transporter hasn't been invented yet. So, that's a problem of physics that has yet to be solved. But, congratulations to the winners of the Battle of the Bands. I had a great day today visiting our VAPA cluster because I didn't get to go see our bands. I believe, important to check in the spring to see how our VAPA, starting off at my old elementary school, Lindale and Linda Vista, Joseph George, and finishing off at Cureton. I want to say our kids are doing fine. There are lots of things going. I had a great time checking in with Joseph George's Mean Green machine, the drum line, of which they made me an honorary drummer. And I tell you, not a very, very, very spirited group. They gave the Shepherd Cheer Squad a run for their money during March Madness. But, I just want to highlight this district is East San Jose's largest provider of K-8 music education. And so that's something that we've always been proud to offer as a choice for families here. And I certainly hope that that's, serves as one of the reasons why our families should consider, should send their kids to Alum Rock, because, these are opportunities that, no other district in this half of town is offering to our children. I'll be having lunch with Assemblyman Cora and try my luck to see, is there something in it for Alum Rock? It never hurts to try, but I think that, part and parcel of being an elected representative is to lobby with our other elected representatives to see what can be, what things can be done for Alum Rock. I also want to congratulate Russo McEntee, who will soon host their first Earth Day as our district's environmental science school. I had the pleasure of inaugurating that last year when the redesign of Russo McEntee took effect. And so I think it's a great way to see how far our kids have gone, what they've learned, and also what types of improvements and more offerings we can offer to bring more families back to Alum Rock schools. So on that note, I hope to see you all out at Copita, and I wish everyone in Alum Rock a happy spring break.
Thank you. Any others? Trustee Flores Shelton?
Thank you. Just follow up on a couple comments. Given sort of the agenda that we have, I do feel like we do need an update at some point on the community schools grant and implementation, I think as it relates to whole child, whole school, and sort of how we can sort of the good news, back to the joys, right?
Yeah.
What's the update on community schools? Couple things I am able to go visit with some last minute planning. I'm going to be out at Dorsa and Hubbard tomorrow, so I'm looking forward to being with those communities tomorrow. And I do look forward to Copita. I am really excited that, as I understand, it'll be at James Lick and maybe at Shepherd. So that'll be great in April. Hopefully we'll have some sunny days those days. And just the last thing I want to mention is you made me think of when you mentioned Assemblymember Ash Kalra. I just want to thank him for moving forward and recognizing Dr. Ladia Bauer, who received the Woman of the Year award for the Assembly District a couple weeks ago. So I was very pleased to support her in getting that and seeing her recognized along with a lot of phenomenal women due to Women's History Month. So appreciation to Assemblymember Ash Kalra for moving that forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I see your face, no hand? No, okay. So just before we close up on this item, I'll just quickly go over some of the communication and Trustee Flores Shelton just mentioned. I just also want to honor and highlight Dr. Bauer's work in our district for 10 years. I met her as a mother when my daughter came into this district, and I was a new, my only biological daughter. And so as you all know who have children, when they go to school, you're advocating and it's all about them. And, we had very tough conversations throughout the time that I knew her, but she was always, willing to listen. And, from the transformation of, parent superintendent relationship, we never thought, we would come to where I was part of the board and she would be the superintendent. So I just want to honor her for her 10 years. She did go through a lot. She did take our district forward through some tough times that were mentioned earlier. And I want to highlight and honor that because it was not an easy task. And as we know from our last board meeting, I think it's been the most that I've communicated with our district via, letters. I don't think you've heard from me, prior to that as many times. And it's been a tough time. Our board meeting was March 14th. My birthday was March 15th. I didn't think I was going to spend it the way I did. But being a board president, it's a part of my job. And based on what happened then, we had to continue to move our district forward. So I want to thank each and every one of you whether you're a parent listening in, whether you're a teacher, whether you're an administrator, whatever role you play in our district, thank you for being there for our community, right? And even though whether it's tough times for some and or not, you know, that whatever it is that we continue to move our district forward, that our children have a place to come and learn, that our families know that they're safe. We're going to continue to do our job, and we're going to do our, you know, best as a board to hire, you know, somebody that will be an interim. And so I know we've had a lot of discussions, and so I just want to highlight that and honor that, because for some of us it's been easy, for some of us it's been a little tough, regardless of where you're at. I just want to honor that space. And, you know, with that, I also wanted to honor and thank, honor Dr. Bauer for her time, and thank Ash Kara for her recognition at the state level, which, you know, as Trustee Pham just mentioned, right? He's our representative, and we don't just elect anybody, right? And I respect our Assembly Member Ash Kara and his decisions he makes. And I'm sure he had a lot of thought and a lot of women he could think of. And Dr. Bauer was the one that he chose as Woman of the Year. So thank you, Ash Kara, for that. And since then, you know, I've had some opportunities to meet with area, you know, listening to their concerns and some of the thoughts and moving forward together as a district. So I look forward to more of those, and also with our Teamsters, hopefully coordinating some time to continue to meet and listen to see what, you know, the issues are, and how, as board president, I can better support. And then also, you know, with our supervisor, Cindy Chavez, you know, she invited us to be at her Women's Leadership Policy Summit. And I know some of us were there at the VIP lounge, you know, lobbying and, you know, connecting with our peers out in the community, and ensuring that Alum Rock was there present, and learning, you know, that's what we get to do every day, right? And how do we make our district better? Also, as our interim superintendent mentioned, the press conference, where later you'll hear more about our Valley Health Foundation School-Based Wellness Center grant. And we're really excited about that. So I'll leave those details for then. And it also, you know, I smiled when I heard Elia mention, you know, our students' wellness, like we're all interconnected, right? We get to do more. And just because we got that money and we're really excited, you know, there's still much more to do. So we'll highlight that there. And then last but not least, I'm excited to see you all at Copita, and hopefully some of these events that we got invited to. Sometimes we miss the flyers, or, you know, if you reach out, you know, thank you for some of the invitations we've already gotten, then we can look at our calendars. I know we all do our best to go out there and be present with our community. So keep reaching out and inviting us, and hopefully we'll see you out there. With that, I'll go ahead and move on to item 701. Approve contract for interim superintendent.
Motion.
Motion by Trustee Chavez.
Okay, you know, I'll second with amendment. So motion to approve the contract for the interim superintendent as drafted, with the monthly salary being $17,083.33, or an annualized basis of $205,000.
Okay, so motion by Trustee Chavez, second by Trustee Pham. Do we have any members of the public wishing to speak
Oh,
on
wait
this
a minute,
item?
Madam President, just point of order. It's because I made a amendment to the original motion. Does the
Do you accept?
maker of the
Yes.
motion accepts? Yes.
Okay. Are you okay with opening it for public comment first before we bring it?
Oh, I forgot. Okay, so for the term effective March 26, 2024 through July 18, 2024.
Okay, and then just so you all know, also Rogelio Ruiz, our counsel, is available for any questions or all right. Do we have any members of the public wishing to address the board on this item? Okay, seeing none. Any questions, comments from the board? Okay, we'll go ahead and move it to a vote. All those in favor of passing this item with the proposed amounts and dates, please raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item 702. discuss. Discuss and approve a process where for the selection and hiring of a permanent superintendent. All right, so I don't know if anybody in our staff were ready to discuss this, otherwise Vice President Quintero? For this item? We haven't,
Yeah,
we haven't started discussion yet,
Oh, okay.
but
All right, so, yeah, sure. The intention with bringing forward this item was so that we could have a public and open conversation in a very transparent manner, so that we can go ahead and begin to set up a timeframe. I think it's important that we begin this process, given the fact that we're gonna be ending where everybody usually ends their fiscal year. And it's a nice timeframe to start seeing who's out there, who's ready to come on board, and who will be getting ready to start. And so the idea was to have move forward with the conversation about set up a timeframe, somewhat of a framework. I know that there's a lot of questions that are gonna have to be answered by possibly the action being taken in the next item. But at the very least, to set up some sort of a framework that the board would be comfortable moving forward and kind of having that serve as their guidepost moving forward.
okay, so now that you presented, I'll go ahead and open it up for public comment on this item at this time. Welcome.
Good evening, President and members of the board. My name is Claudia Cuello. I'm a parent from the Alum Rock School District, and also I'm an Empuje leader. Being that today you guys are going to decide the process of the hiring for the new superintendent, it is of high importance that the involvement of parents and students is considered during the decision-making. Please do consider a committee of parents, students, and allies to be created to be a part of the interviews, that the interview process be a public one of the last two candidates, where students and parents can give their comments, and that board meetings times are given to listen to what parents and want to see, right, of a new superintendent. Also, at the time of choosing a potential candidate, we ask you all make sure the person has the ability to know about finances, hiring contracts, and has a clean financial history, is open to working with different identities, and seeks allies to advocate the work already done, and maintains the collaborations that you currently have with Somos Mayfair and First Five. Above all, we want a person who, defends the interests of the students and will involve parents, students, and community before, during, and after making decisions that impact our students in our district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Veronica Amador. I'm also a parent with Empuje Leader. And first of all, again, it continues to be a struggle that I do not feel welcome here. As you can see, my child was running around and being disruptive, and I apologize for everyone else. Continue to ask to make this not just for myself, right? There's so many parents that can't make it because of the same or similar or situations that they're not able to make it and their voices being heard. One more time, I ask you and I plead you to look for a virtual way of supporting this. I am here because I have the privilege, really, and because also the audacity to bring my child and have him run around. He was almost falling off the chair, and again, be disruptive. I'm also here to make sure that the decision and the process to hire a new superintendent is going to be carried out and involvement of parents and students that is most important. For this reasons, we want the process to be that a committee of parents, students, and allies be created to be part of the interview process. That this be something that is transparent, be inclusive to all as well, and that children with special needs continue to be a priority. Children, immigrant children, and foster care children continue to be a priority. And that also the candidate ensures that they have the same values as the ones that we have. That is restore justice, that continues to advocate for the wellness of the child, full wellness, that continues to advocate for special education, for transparency with parents, continues to work with parents. And we are not an enemy. We are here to support. give us support. We are here. We are with you. We're not against you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And sorry, my child just broke your microphone.
Buenas noches, presidentes y miembros de la mesa directiva. Mi nombre es María López. Soy padre del distrito de Alunro, parte de Empuje. El primer punto que es creo un comité de padres y estudiantes aliados para que sean parte de la entrevistas.
So establish a committee formed by parents, students, and partners that will be parts of the interview process.
Ujú. Segundo punto,
Second
que
point,
se documenten las notas de los padres, aliados y estudiantes después de las entrevistas.
please document all the meeting notes with the parents, with the partners, and the students after the interview process.
Tercer punto, que sea alguno de San José.
Let it be somebody
Alguno-
from the east side.
Alguien que sepa de finanzas, transacciones y contrataciones y que tengan un historial limpio de finanzas.
Let it be somebody that knows about finances, hiring, contracts, and somebody who has a clean financial background.
¿Es todo?
That's all.
Muchísimas
Thank you
gracias
so
por
much
escucharme
for listening to
y
me.
por ponerme atención. Esto
Paying
es
attention.
para bien de los niños, en
This is
fin
for
de
the-
cuentas.
This is
Ajá.
for the well-being of the children at the end of the day.
Ya, y pues muchísimas gracias por
Thank you so
permitirme estar esta noche aquí.
For having me
Yeah.
tonight here.
Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Veronica Charlton. I'm a performing arts teacher at Lindale Elementary and George Middle School. Good evening, Board President, trustees, and Interim Superintendent, Dr. Almazan. I too would like to see in the process of selecting a superintendent, someone who is an educator, who has had experience in the classroom, someone who is well-versed in school policies, someone who is union-friendly, someone who promotes community schools, which are best for all kids and community members. Also, someone who would support ethnic studies, which is coming down the pike for our school district, and making certain that when the panel or the committee is selected, that there is representation from all ethnic groups there, that there will be people who will be mindful about the selection that is made and even consider looking outside of California if necessary. In the district where I worked previously, there was a search made and a consulting firm that came and had lots of listening sessions with different community partners, staff, faculty, to make certain that the decision was one that would be best for all parties. I know it will not be an easy decision, but I trust the board to make the right decision and hope that the next person who will serve in that role has extensive experience in the classroom and knows what teachers have to do on a daily basis. So thank you very much.
Well, as the union leader for the Teamsters, I'm going to say that I certainly hope that the person who comes in that role is somebody that is union friendly, not necessarily just Teamster friendly or area friendly, but union friendly, and that they have the qualities that we heard tonight. I appreciate those that made positive comments about Dr. Bauer, because those were well-earned comments from her actual duties that she did and the duties that she went far above and beyond for. You've heard again today, transparency. You heard that at the meeting where there was a lot of angry people, some that wanted Dr. Bauer to stay, some that didn't. But they were talking about this board and not having transparency. Whoever you choose, select that person with the transparency that you did not give this community that you serve, that you were elected to serve. Do not sit there and give the same lack of transparency that you did in getting rid of Dr. Bauer. I don't know if our interim superintendent is going to apply for this position. I know that I've had members of mine already speak highly of her, and if she does apply for it, I don't know that she would be a bad choice. But I hope that whoever you choose has some of those qualities, those high qualities that this board ignored when they got rid of Dr. Bauer. I hope that that person, whoever he or she is, has some of those skills. You need somebody that is very much connected to the community. How the heck can you expect the community to support us, especially if we have decisions we don't like or we don't want to do as a community? How can you do that if there's no interaction by the superintendent? And that was one of the things that Dr. Bauer excelled at. I used to brag about how much she got involved with this community to the other 3 school districts that I represent. She had talents, but she cared. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm coming forward as the area president, but we surveyed all of our members when this decision was made, and we asked them what they would like in an interviewing process and superintendent. And this is the statements that they have come up with. They would like a neutral entity that should be selected to conduct staff and community listening sessions for the purpose of selecting a new superintendent. We desire a superintendent who has understandings of how the classroom and schools function in 2024. They should be up to date with current practices, pedagogy, SEL needs, culturally responsive teaching and learning, promote anti-bias training for faculty and staff, trauma-informed teaching, and know how to support students currently sitting in our classrooms. The qualities that they desire in a new superintendent. Independent thinker, trust the employees to do the job they are hired for. Transparency, critical thinker, understands implications of decisions, knows the inner workings of a school district. Student-centered thinking, understands partnership with labor groups, communicates with community and staff, problem solver, seeks solutions, sees people, staff, students, and community as an asset to work with. Leader, not a manager. Honest, trustworthy, culturally proficient and sensitive, equity and inclusion, clear vision for educational improvement, effective communication abilities, a genuine commitment to equity and inclusion, the ability to collaborate with diverse stakeholders, and understanding and empathy of our community's needs, a track record of fostering a positive school culture. Teaching experience and knowledge of and awareness of best practices, someone who listens and will accept input, takes concerns seriously and acts on them, fairness, cooperative and collaborative, proactive, anti-racist, someone who recognizes multilingual as an asset. And I'm sorry, I'm out of time. There were about 10 more, but I think you guys got it.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other public comments, bringing it back to trustees. Any comments on this? Vice President Quintero?
As I mentioned before, I think that we should start putting together some rough timeline that we would all agree upon. Before that, however, I would also encourage us to view this process and proceed as a committee as a whole. That way, the entire board is acting as a committee, but is involved in whatever decision-making takes place. We're doing it in a public agendized meeting. And it's not, there's no, nobody can claim that there's not advance notice or anything. In fact, we're properly agendizing well in advance. Of course, if we set up a timeline, that should give us the ability to start pinpointing dates and times where people can come be engaged and be part of the process. And so with that said, I think we have my desire would be to take an aggressive approach and have probably a 30-day window from the time that the CBO is given the authorization to go out there, put out an RFP, come back. I know that these organizations, there's not a bunch of them. There's not like millions of organizations that go out there and do work. I know we're going to be talking about that in 10.3, so I won't continue with that. But 30-day window for that. a window of a month to review, to go through the process of looking at applications, and then thereafter set up another month to be able to move forward. And things of that sort. All the while, throughout that entire time, that we would be in a parallel process, engaged with the community. Whatever way we decide, once we get to 7.03, so those are my thoughts, and so would hope that, one would consider some. Open to hearing ideas.
Any other discussions on this? I know 703 is similar, so I guess it's maybe you're saving your comments for them, but seeing no other. Yeah, I mean, I know personally, I think moving on with the search firm is appropriate, so I'm gonna go ahead and move it on. That's item was just on for discussion. It does say approve a process, but I also know,
So I would move forward, and I'll make a motion to come up with a possibly 3-month window, along the lines of the framework that I described. If that's acceptable to the board, and if I have a second.
Second.
I'll say, okay.
trustee Flor Shelton.
So my question would be around a parallel community process, because I think the community input process has to be really intentional in terms of what we're looking for, or their involvement in our question development, or their involvement in interview panels. So is that what you're talking about?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would, well, let me, you said involvement in interview panel, things of that sort. I have concerns about, bringing in, other folks, beyond those who are elected by the community, in a very public process through an election, to go ahead and interview and engage. I believe in setting up meetings, getting input through possibly a third party that's impartial, that can go ahead, get that input in a well-publicized meetings, to go ahead and use that input to develop questions. And then thereafter, make it available to those who are applying, so that they know what some folks in the community, what their priorities are. I think that all of that is fair. However, bringing folks outside of the board into the decision-making process is something that I'm not necessarily comfortable with, due to the fact that there was an election. There are folks who were placed here to make those decisions. And I wouldn't feel comfortable bringing in folks into a committee to interview candidates. Beyond that, I'm very comfortable with moving forward, going out there, getting input, as has been described, through a third party, independent, unbiased entity that can go out there, collect this information, and then help us come up with questions that are informed by what the public has stated in publicly announced meetings. So that's what I'm comfortable with, and that's just my perspective.
Trustee Chavez?
When I second, basically it's what trustee Quintero is saying, but my second involves the board making the decision to hire the superintendent. And that's what we were elected for, and that's what my second is stating, that we're going to make the decision. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that's what you were saying in regards to. Yeah, okay. Trustee Bam?
Yes, well, I guess this is sort of a little bit more technical, because this is, as it pertains to the interview process and does not, touch upon the prerogatives of the board, but, I've been on hiring panels at the state college where I work, and for, the presidency of the campus, which is sort of akin to like the superintendency at the district. I guess it, might, as part of the interview process, to have the finalists have, face the community in an open forum type of thing, right? So there would be, so I guess my conception of the high, that there's a formal interview but and then the finalists would have their a second round interview with the board and also one open forum with the community so that the community has a opportunity to, see the finalists and ask, as I said, the open forum.
Okay, then I'm gonna say my comments and then we'll make another round. So, trustee Pham, you're on it, I mean, because clearly our community's been pretty clear.
Yeah.
And not just, they've been really clear. We know that it is important to engage our community. And so personally, I'm not in a rush. And so I am not a professional in hiring superintendents. I know you've done this before. So I appreciate your experience. And maybe trustee Flor Schultz was on the board then. But I'm not. And so instead of rushing and saying, 30 days or 40 right now, would be more comfortable in getting a firm who is professional and has done this over and over, to then get back to us and say, typically it takes us 30 days and we'll have your superintendent in 30 days. Or, it might be 3 months. But personally, right now, I don't feel comfortable with like that set amount. That's just me personally. I don't know. I mean, I get it. We need a superintendent, so, but I really don't understand what the rush is. We have a great interim that will allow us to get through this process in a way that our community feels engaged, our staff, our unions. That's a lot of people to engage in just 1 month. Sounds like, and what you mentioned, we'd hire somebody within a month and then within that month, to me, it sounds very rushed, but I just wanted to make sure to say those things. I know trustee Flor Shelton had her hand up and then we'll come back to you.
Thank you. Yep, so a couple reactions. With interview panels that are, highly visible, where there's decision makers who are committed to transparency as well as robust, diverse community input. I have seen absolutely where the decision makers at the end of the day, and it would be in this case, this board make the decision at the day, but there are actually interview panels that are made up of stakeholders. Those stakeholders can be bargaining units, those stakeholders can be partners of many sorts. I'm thinking like the Student Advisory Council. I mean, it can be whatever you want it to be. And it's not an open session, it would be an actual interview panel, right? So it's, and then the input from there would be passed on to the decision makers. So that's another way to do it. So I'm of the mind that, that we go, that I would be comfortable with going to the next item where we go out to the professionals, we get back a proposal that lays out the process, because right now we're not really, there's some verbal process that we're mentioning, but I'm not really quite sure what we're reacting to, and I would rather see something from the search firm that engages us on timelines, the engagement process, and gives us options for how we move forward with input, utilization, interview. I think there's many ways to do this, and deciding on it and some finality to tonight doesn't make sense for me.
Vice President.
Yeah, I'd like to make a correction. I never said that in a month we move forward. I said that we set up a framework for those staff to take a look and to consider. And so I really want to make sure that the public's aware that I never said that in a month we'd hire a superintendent. The idea was that we direct staff to move forward and come back with a process with a firm, possibly under 7.03 if the board so chooses, and that we give the direction to staff to bring back, go out with an RFP, come back. And so obviously we're going to discuss that at 7.03. That's what I was referring to within a month. I was talking about a longer process, possibly 3 months, 3 to 4 months. That's why I said that the idea would be to, we wouldn't be able to define everything, but we'd be able to provide a framework, a rough idea as to what the expectation would be. And I get it. We're all free to express our position, and I appreciate the fact that there's a comfort in not necessarily moving forward or at a faster pace. I think that we do need to set the tone and have staff, have whoever we bring on, understand what the timeframe is that we're looking at, because this could possibly be dragged on for a longer period of time, 6 months, a year. I don't want that. I don't want to see anywhere near that. I'd like to see us get to a closer to 3 to 4 month timeframe, and that was the purpose of putting this item. And to get the sense of the board as to what timeframe. I'm in full agreement that there's a process, for example, the colleges where folks are brought out, they face the community. The governing board is able to see them in action, interacting with the public, and so I think there's a lot of value in that. So I would look forward to see what recommendations come forward from an organization if we do move forward 7.03 and improve. So those are.
Others. So I think it sounds like you're open to having the staff come back with firms within a month.
That's in 7.03. At this point, I made my motion. I would like to put out the idea that I'm looking forward to seeing this process moving forward, be completed within 3 months.
Be completed within 3 months is what you're sticking to. Okay, and I, just to highlight, for me, it's important to involve our stakeholders, and it could be possible, but I think it's, for me, 3 months feels too rushed. Regardless, if there's no other hands,
When I second, it meant within 3 months.
right, that's a motion
Got
on
it.
the floor.
I have no intention of not involving our stakeholders. I just want to make sure that the public's clear about that this 3 month process would include a robust community engagement. And so that's my intention. It's never, I want to be clear. The public doesn't get any idea that somehow we're trying to rush this through and not have anybody involved. It's moving forward with community engagement, with a robust community engagement.
Any others? All right, with that, we'll go ahead and bring it to a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? All right, motion passes, 3, trustee Pham, trustee Chavez, vice president Quintero 4, and noes, trustee Flores Shelton and myself. All right, moving on to item 703, direct administration to put out a request for proposals for a search firm to assist with the process of hiring a superintendent.
Yeah, I think it's important to go out there, get, as has been mentioned, an unbiased, impartial organization that has experience and can can walk us through this process. So that we go out there, collect, the information, they can give us ideas as to how we can effectively get community input, incorporate into the process in a way that allows, the voice of the community to be part of the process. And so for that reason, I would move that, we approve this item. And so that's my motion.
Second.
Second by trustee Chavez, Flores Shelton.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I would hope that we would be reaching out to the professionals, whether it's the people who've recently done superintendent searches locally that we have, that we think have been meet a high quality, as well as checking in with whether there's at the state level, why am I blanking? I'm not, is it CSBA or just again, trying to look for professionals that respond to this RFP that come from the industry and they meet industry standards. And I would also be really interested in making sure that those the responses that we get, are deliberate in both timeline, community engagement, and options for what a hiring panels can look like. Again, with the fact that the board would make the final decision based on input. It feels like input can be done at multiple milestones, right? You're looking for the qualities and characteristics, right? Then you're looking for, which I think, I think we should ask again. I mean, I love the comments we got tonight, and I think we know, but there's community input upfront on like, who is this person and what are their characteristics? So that when we go and recruit, right, that we're saying that upfront. And then the next point would be the kind of questions that we ask them should be based on that, right? And so what is that deliberate process? The search firm should tell us how those questions are developed. And then the who sits on this, who can sit on this panel, or at what stage do community voices weigh in on the candidates. And I think, I don't know, I'm paying attention to the Oakland Police Chief, and it's just like, there are chilling effects when you do like very open forums. Because a lot of people maybe don't want to tell their boss that they're applying for jobs. There's a whole host of things that can have a chilling effect. And when we're looking for sort of the cream of the crop to come here, I think we just need to take that into consideration. So looking forward again to industry leaders that have a great track record, who can help us, and trying to understand that this can still be a quick process and quick, right? But gets what we need at the end. So what I'm describing is not meant to drag anything out. It's just meant to be a quality process that helps us understand all the inputs, so that at the end of the day, we can all stand by and say, this was not just transparent, but it really reflected who we are and what we value.
Vice President Gupta.
I completely agree. I think that we need to move. And I'm sure that's what these firms, I know that that's what these firms are paid for. They have the expertise in being able to go ahead and elicit the best possible candidates, develop a process that doesn't scare anybody away because they're going to lose their current job because they went out for another job. And so I completely agree that that's something that we need to take into account. Madam President, I want to make sure that staff is, I'm sure they're going to do it. I want to make it clear that I would like a pool. They reach out to firms that have nationwide experience, firms that are experts in California. Superintendents, given the fact that we're fairly unique, sometimes we're somewhat unique. And so I would like to make sure that efforts are made to go out there and get a diverse pool of firms that we can then select from. And we have individuals that go out there and get have national experience as well as statewide experience. Maybe particularly some experts in Northern California as well. Make sure that we get a good group.
Trustee Chavez?
Yeah, I would like to see that to a wider net cast.
Okay, and I just want to mention Santa Clara County Office of Education has offered their services and resources. I'm just putting them out there as possible, and also Santa Clara County Council, the Office of the County Council for the County of Santa Clara, the K through 14th legal counselors and advisors also sent I guess, their services, an offer of their services of what they can provide. Again, we're being transparent, and anything that came to me, I want to put it out there as possible. And at the end of the day, I know that we will pick the best firm and organization to support us through this process. Trustee Flores Shelton?
Thanks. The Santa Clara County Office of County Council offered what type of service, or like
To
recruiting?
support with recruitment, yeah, or advising through the process.
Advising, because they're.
Advising. Yeah, they have they've supported different districts, different
Is it
colleges.
free of charge?
No,
Oh.
absolutely not, no. Yeah, so again, these are
Thank you very much.
right, right, and I made sure to ask that. So yeah, again, they came to me, so I wanted to make sure to be public and say, put it here, so they hear that they offer the services and resources. I know that our staff will look and, put out a search, and at the end, we will pick the best firm for our district to pick the best, help support us to ultimately us here pick the best superintendent with the support of the firm, of our community, and everybody that has an investment here in Alum Rock. Were you gonna say something,
Yeah,
trustee
was it through
Chavez?
email or a call?
There was a call, there was an email. So I have them.
Interesting. I just,
So know that, and I want to be honest, really, after this happened, there's several people and several organizations that said, we can help with this, we can help with that. I mean, I had calls left and right as board president, and so I said, send something, you know, and I'm gonna put it out.
I-
So just to be transparent, when I received that, and I just wanted to put it
okay,
out.
I just want to be clear. It's, to me, I'm thinking of, don't call us, we'll call you type
Oh.
of thing. Thank you.
And just to be transparent, I called Dr. Dewan the day after we let go of Dr. Eladia Bauer. So as board president, it was my duty to let our county superintendent know that we did not have a superintendent, and at that point, she said, we have these resources and services. So, I mean, just to also, you know, make that clear. Trustee Chavez,
another
I mean, I'm
question.
sorry, Flora Shelton, I was like.
So, so our determination for the, search firm will be based on what? Lowest bid? You know, so now I'm like, what's our budget? Like, so who's gonna decide who the search firm is?
And that's what I was thinking next in regards, sorry, I was thinking of that, and like, do they bring the top three? Do they bring all of them, right? And how do we make that decision? Vice President Quintero.
My comments for the previous item, the framework included, that we should act as a committee as a whole, that way the entire board is, taking action, has the ability to provide input. If for some reason or other, one of us can't make it, then so be it. But, we put it out there, we, scheduled it, and it's available for everybody to engage and to participate. Obviously, I would assume that you work with everybody's schedule to set up meetings that make that work for everyone, but that's why it would be listed as committee as a whole rather than rather than a special meeting.
Trustee Chavez?
I don't really like the lowest bid because sometimes I believe you get what you pay for, but I want to go with the firm that stands out the most, the best. Thank you.
Trustee Flora Shelton.
So can we give, so I get it. Can we give, direction to staff to just sort of make sure that they screen, that there's some screening done, so we're not like some of the things that we've said tonight, like if they don't meet those, that they get screened out. Otherwise, I have no idea. Like, are we reading 10? Are we reading 2? Are we reading 25? I have no idea.
Vice President Quintero.
We would be able to say, hey, give us any other process. We have a spreadsheet that checked off, and they gave us highlighted. We ultimately received all the RFPs, but we were given guidance through a spreadsheet that allowed us to identify the amount of experience. Obviously, we let it firm at that time, but we would be able to do something similar, and I would hope that staff would be able to provide us a spreadsheet that identifies in terms of experience, cost, that we would be able to look at one page and be able to identify those key criteria that we think are important.
Rogelio, I saw you pop up. Is there anything that you would like to? I know you've done this before with other districts, so any thoughts or any comments at this time?
Yeah, yes, thank you. I just wanted to offer a comment along the lines of this discussion. So there's a draft RFP that is part of this agenda item. And on page 6 of that draft RFP, there is a timeline for the selection of the consultant. And using Vice President Quintero's timeframe, the RFP would be issued after this board meeting with a response date that's roughly 30 days away. And the draft RFP is structured so that the board will then hold a special meeting, most likely, to interview the proposers. You know, depending on how many responses you get to the RFP, you may want to set a special meeting to create a subcommittee of board members to winnow down the pool of proposers for interview by the board. Otherwise, you could simply schedule a special meeting and interview all of the proposers. In my experience, recent experience, there's typically about 4 or 5 proposals that will come in on this.
Trustee Flor Shelton.
Thank you. So it's not in our packet, Rogelio, but I believe I did see it because I remember wanting to say it was missing. We were like naming all of the innovations, and it didn't talk about like the Cesar Chavez Early Learning Center, but it talked about VAPA and other things. So I remember reading it. It's just not in tonight's packet. But thank you. So note to whomever can update that draft.
Include, Chavez Early Learning Center in the RFP.
Just when it was describing,
Oh, the section about Alum Rock?
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
nothing.
Yes.
Okay. Any other comments? Questions? Okay, Steph. Any-
I'm sorry, I'm looking here on our website and it is posted under board agendas.
Oh, said
Here. And it is under the 23-24 agendas and consent items piece. And it's under item 7.03, request of proposals for executive search firm. And it is online.
Good. Yeah, I'm just, it's not.
Yeah, it is. It's not, but we-
That's what I meant. I'm
You're
sorry.
correct,
Mhm.
trustee Flores Shelton,
Mhm.
but it is available to you and the public online.
Okay, any questions from the staff? I know we're giving some direction. Clarification.
Yeah, Assistant Superintendent Chang, if you have any feedback on this, please advise.
My only question was regarding the timeline for the proposal to be submitted to the districts, but given that trustee Quintero mentioned the 30-day, maybe my suggestion is at the next board meeting, I provide a summary update of the process itself, how many proposals received, and get more direction from the board in terms of how it wants to proceed with either with the interview or with a subcommittee to determine whether they want to review. Let's say we get 20 proposals. I'm not sure if the board wants to interview all 20. So they might want to set up a subcommittee to vet out those proposals and bring maybe 4 or 5 to be interviewed by the whole board. But that would be some direction I would be seeking later on. But in May, I can provide a summary and an update in terms of the process and how many proposals we got.
I see Vice President Quintero and then trustee Chavez.
Yeah, the idea was to move as a committee of the whole, so that the whole board is involved in the review. Council just informed us that on average, they're usually here about 4 or 5 responses, so we should not be, unless somehow there's this particular deluge of firms that somehow find, us very appealing, which will be a good thing. But one of the things that we've done before, or in the past, was to get a spreadsheet that identifies some key criteria such as cost, experience. I think you'd be able to identify their nationwide, California, experience, all of those things that I would leave to your discretion to come up with one that are key criteria that would be better inform the board. That way we're in one page, would be able to get a snapshot of what some of the qualities of these firms are. Obviously, we get them and we'd be able to review every single thing, read through the RFPs ourselves if it's 4 or 5. And then act as a committee of the whole in terms of reviewing, or as we mentioned, set up a special board, whatever it is that we decide.
Trustee, oh, sorry. Thank you.
You just covered what I was gonna say, so
Okay,
next.
so hearing that and hearing Covera, would we be open, I mean, if it's 4 or 5, would we be open then to the next scheduled board meeting, having those ahead of time that we reviewed whatever we've needed to review? And that instead of scheduling an additional special board meeting, that maybe we can, at the next scheduled board meeting, have them bring this item up and maybe at that point choose our firm? Is that, okay, okay.
How soon do you think, realistically, because we said 30 days, would 20 days be too quick of a turnaround? Given the fact that these folks are out there looking for work, they're not They're gonna probably respond pretty quick.
Well, I heard comments that we want to cast a wide net, and so that probably means us
Month.
publishing it in a newspaper, and so that typically takes a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Are we casting a wide net for the superintendent or for the search firm? I mean, I
Search
just
firm.
kind of like back to
For
just
both.
industry standards. I mean, I think it, I know, I'm just, okay. It's so funny, the dragging and moving fast
Okay.
and slow.
Okay, so I think staff clarified and you understand. And with that, the direction's been made and we have no approval tonight and maybe in the near future. Right?
Take a vote.
Do we take a vote?
Yeah,
Okay,
but
all right.
7:03.
Do I
right?
have, is there a motion?
And I made a
Okay,
second.
Thank you, sorry. All right. With that, have I opened it up to public comment? I don't think I have. Public comment, please, on this item. Thank you.
Good evening. I've been patiently waiting. I do want to say, as a public school educator with over 30 years of experience, I believe we should not rush to find a superintendent. We have a highly qualified interim superintendent, and I would hope that if we have candidates that are not meeting the needs of Alum Rock, that we would be willing to extend the deadline and not have a threshold of days that we must meet 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, given that the interim superintendent would be ready to serve. Because public school education is not private education, it's not charter schools, it's not higher ed. So I hope that the subcommittee would have K through 12 educators on it who know the demands of being a public school educator, because I will stand corrected if I say the board does not have public school educators on it for K through 12. So not to take away from those who are already professors, but I would like to see the subcommittee entail K through 12 educators, because the board ultimately has the final decision, but it will impact all of us. So I urge the board not to rush the decision. We don't want to limit it to a certain number of days, but should we have applicants and none of them are a great fit for Alum Rock, I would like to see us continue to search. Just wanted to add that. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. All right, seeing no others, we'll go ahead and bring this to a vote. All those in favor of the direction given to administration, please show by raising your hand. All right, item passes unanimously. Moving on to item 704. Direct administration to develop administrative regulation detailing the process used by staff to prepare contracts, requests for proposals, and requests for qualifications, and bid solicitations for presenting such items for board consideration and approval.
Second.
And okay, moved by Vice President Quintero, second by trustee. I know trustee Flores Shelton put this item on the agenda, so I want to give her some time to
Thank you.
present it and
Yeah.
then open it up for public comment.
Thank you for the first and the second.
Mhm.
That's great. And thank you to our general counsel for helping me word this. It's pretty wordy. So I know in the past, the board has received like education on our bidding process and what the current bylaws and regulations are. And one, I haven't been a part of that, but two, my experience in the last year has made me seek this item so that we could have more clarity on just what the differences are between the board when the threshold is the administration has the ability to bid out, to award. And I'm taking this very differently than bond because I know that the bond has a whole different set of regulations. So just wanted to see if we could send this to the administration, come back and again, sort of think about where we're at right now, If there are things that we can empower the administration, if there are things that should be in the board's hands. And this again, what I appreciate about this, it's back to sort of the scope, like in this, our last item, right? We approved a scope to be bid out. And there are other times when we wouldn't approve a scope to be bid out, or would we, right? So I just want to, it's complicated, but there are things that I would really just appreciate coming back and having a full board discussion on and approval at this level, so that we can all fully understand again what the dollar amounts are, what the roles and responsibilities are. So appreciate that and thank the administration for working on that amongst all the other things that are going on. So thanks.
Thank you, trustee Chavez.
So what you're asking for is for a special board meeting?
No.
No, I'm asking you because after I hear you, what you just said.
Not at this time. I think
Okay.
it's, it'll be at the discretion of, I guess, the president to see what the administration brings back and if it calls for something, that would be a longer discussion, then we can leave it up to her and the board.
So, if it passes, based on what you mentioned, my thought is that, I know that we had that presentation, it was so long ago that a refresher would be good for some of us, and then we have new trustees that weren't there, that would be good to maybe review, and I'm wondering, I know Culvera, I'm thinking you were there, but I know you were, a part of our district then. I'm wondering, if, I did talk to Rogelio about this in prepping, and he said, well, maybe DWK might be open and available to come and do maybe a refresher. I don't know, a 30-minute presentation, 15-minute. I don't know how much they would need. And if it could be done at a regular scheduled board meeting, depending on how long, more of a refresher. What are the legalities, if there are any? And then that's just in the conversation I had with Rogelio. He said there's some legalities which would be important to us understand, right, as board members, and to get refreshed on if, it's been so long, and then for the newer ones to hear. And then maybe the other items that there's no legalities, just that we hear what it is. And so Rogelio did mention that if, maybe DWK might be available for a presentation like that. So something similar that we did back in 2019. And back then it was a special board meeting. Maybe it doesn't have to be this time. Maybe it could be done in a regular scheduled board meeting. I know many of us are scheduled here till late, but depending on what's on the agenda, and then maybe we'll go from there, is my thought. Just some of the things I'm thinking out loud after talking to Rogelio, and then hearing trustee Flores Shelton. Vice President Quintero.
So we're on 7.04 with the administrative reg?
7:04.
Oh, okay, so. So we're talking about like setting up a workshop to talk about?
It might be a workshop,
Don't
might not
have-
be not.
So
Okay.
yeah, that's like, I feel like
I
we're getting
voted-
ahead of it. We're
I-
just
I
getting
made a
ahead.
motion to approve this, which is.
Yes,
Setting up the reg, and then I was assuming it would be.
it would
a
come back.
document would come back to us,
Yes.
we review it, we make a decision. So, okay.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking, okay.
That's what we're talking
Yeah.
about.
Just wanna-
You're on the right item.
Comes back, like I'm not assuming we need a full.
Yeah, we
workshop. Yeah.
just get it mailed back.
Update.
Emailed to us,
Yeah.
all review it.
That's why I asked the question, are we doing another meeting here? or are we doing-
All right.
It might be at the next scheduled board meeting, it may be individual. Here's the email. So,
I'm like, let's have just a cheat.
Oh, yeah.
We could just.
I see your face and question on you.
So how soon can we get the cheat?
That's a good question. This topic is a very complicated matter that has a lot of nuance, and the law changes every year.
Mm.
And so based on, the last training was done in 2019, I think it'd be beneficial for the board to get a refresher, like Board President mentioned. Half an hour might be a little too short. Those trainings to get a full grasp of the material, usually an hour presentation, and then another half an hour or an hour for the board to ask any questions that they might have. So I think that would be beneficial for the board to take that step first, get an understanding of all the nuance and all the changes, and then be able to come back and if you want to bring forth a policy for the whole board to consider, then you'll be more equipped with all the information that, and updated information. So
Mhm.
that'll be my recommendation.
Okay. So it sounds like he's already coming back with a recommendation. And well, we do have a motion right now and a second. And I think maybe talk to DWK to get, right now we're kind of guessing half hour, an hour, 2 hour. This way we have the, the amount of time that we'll need for sure. And then, to see if they can even do it, and then we'll go from there. And if they could, then maybe we'll schedule a special board meeting at that time if appropriate, depending on what comes back after you've checked in with them. Sounds good. So we do have that motion. We have a second. Opening it up for public comment at this time.
Good evening, Veronica Charlton. Just want to urge the board to be deliberate about the process. Assistant Superintendent Colvera Chang just said it's very complicated and there are nuances. So with regard to the community, having been in this community as an educator since 2019, if the board needs a refresher and you already know the process, the community who doesn't know would need to have even more information and be educated about it. So I would suggest giving advance notice about any community forums that you're having so people can plan for childcare or anything else that they need. And also leaning more towards the regular board meetings, which people already know about. Since Dr. Bauer was released, we've had several special board meetings and we don't know really when they're going to be. So people have to rearrange their schedules in order to make them. And so as to prevent people from feeling as if there isn't a transparent process, I would recommend that advance notice be given. I know it can't always be done so with special board meetings, but just to make sure that the community feels that they are being informed throughout the entire process. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. And so seeing no others, we'll go ahead and bring it to a vote at this time. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. Okay, item passes unanimously. All right, moving on to item 705.
Motion.
Motion to approve by trustee Chavez,
Second.
second by trustee Flores Shelton.
After it, my item, so if Madam President, if I may open the discussion.
Sure.
Thank you so
Yes.
much. So without going into the details because it's 8:15 at night, but I think this is Black April month. April 30th marks the 49th anniversary at the fall of Saigon, the end of the Vietnam War. As we know, that event set off a whole chain of events, which to this day, has affected this district to this day. Was it fifth? So I'll just start. So the 58,169 people were killed, 304,000 wounded, 2.59 million people served, in the military during the Vietnam War, which included, Alum Rock and the wider east side of San Jose. After the fall of Saigon, over 135,000 Vietnamese and their families fled to the United States. Thousands took boats in order to leave Vietnam in the aftermath in the late 70s into the mid 1980s. According to, the last US Census, more than 521,000 Vietnamese live in California, with the largest concentration of Vietnamese found outside of Vietnam residing in San Jose, in particular, the east sides of San Jose, including Alum Rock. This has had, permanent demographic changes to our district. Our district, the Vietnamese, the children of Vietnamese families comprise the second largest ethnic group in our district. Approximately 1 out of 5 Alum Rock children are Vietnamese, and that has led, have made many rich contributions to our local culture and our, whether it's food or education or government service and so forth like that. And also, it's also led to real changes in the educational offerings of this district, as evidenced by our Painter Elementary Vietnamese dual language immersion program. In honor of, all the sacrifices that have been made, whereas human rights, religious freedom, democracy, and protection against threats of aggression is part and parcel of this country's history. We must teach our children and future generations the important lessons from the Vietnam War, including how the plight of Vietnamese refugees following the end of war serves as a powerful example of the values of freedom and democracy. With that, so I bring to the board for the board's consideration, this resolution declaring Black April Memorial Month in the Alum Rock School District in honor of the 49th anniversary of the fall of Saigon, the end of the Vietnam War, and in honor of those who have sacrificed, who put their lives on the line for a noble cause, and also for, in recognition of the deep and profound changes in the East Side San Jose community, since the mass immigration and the many contributions of the Vietnamese community since. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the board? Thank you, Trustee Pham, for bringing this forward. Any members of the public wishing to address the board on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it to a vote. All those in favor of this item? Item passes unanimously. All right. Moving on to item 706, update on feasibility of levying an increase in developer fees.
Madam President, this is also my item, so two in a row here. So before we get into detail, I just want to preface that, I believe last year I posed the question to the administration about the feasibility of levying an increase in developer fees. From my understanding, the rates were set in 2015, which, and the current rates have not kept pace with inflation. Secondly, I think that, this is again, a possible avenue of increasing this district's revenue, in the, most expeditious way. And so, again, at the time, it was requested that the administration, took a look to see if there was a need for for a consultant to come in and do a study in regards to the developers' fees. So I certainly hope that, if Dr. Amazon or Mr. Chang have, at this time could present on the update of this item.
Assistant Superintendent Chang.
Thank you, Mr. Chang.
Thank you. And I'll start with a little bit of background. As Trustee Pham mentioned, the last study that was done was back in 2015 when the rate was set. So I did seek some legal guidance in terms of whether we need to do another study. And although there's no requirement, there is a recommendation to do at least a study every 5 years. This is to prevent any challenges from the community if we were to adjust the rate itself. I did reach out to some of my colleagues at other school districts who are going through the same process or just went through it. the cost of a firm to conduct the study ranged between 7,500 to about 8,500. So if the board is inclined to do so, I can vet some of those proposals and bring that for the board consideration at the next board meeting to move forward with the study itself.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. And just a reminder, it's on for information only, so.
Yeah, but I know,
Trustee
I
Pham?
get that question. So, as it is information only, I mean, do you need a consensus of the board or some sort of direction from the board to, you know, bring back a consultant for for the purpose of doing a study on levying an increase of developer fees?
I think that would be helpful for the administration. I mean, ultimately, the board would need to sort of ratify the contract
Yeah.
anyway in the end for us to move forward with it.
And just to remind us, I think we just had a conversation on 704 about kind of this. So it's a good example of what's happening. And you know, maybe the legalities around that, but go ahead, Vice President Quintero.
No action would be taken, but, and we could say at the next board meeting, we'd like to see. And just so happens that, we have assistant superintendent who heard out, was proactive and went out and brought back, would be able to bring us back, possible, options.
Mhm.
So
Given
that's
direction.
what I would
Mhm.
expect. By the
Okay. I
Trustee Pham?
Madam President, so I guess for the record, I, request the administration to bring back, a report on the, options that the board can take in order to move forward with the process of levying an increase in developer fees for the regularly scheduled May board meeting.
Any trustee Flores?
Yeah, just
Johnson?
a procedural, so, in my mind, information only is information sharing.
Yeah.
It's not direction.
Not,
So it's just, that's why specifically in 7.04 wanted an action item so that, because we're, expending resources by giving direction, right? So, just wanting to make sure, I guess, in the agenda development that information only, we have to like really ask, is it, we're just getting something back that the public needs to hear, or is there something that needs to be directed in return? Again, I'm just kind of, year two, just trying to get a handle on how these things work. So thank you.
Madam
Trustee Pham?
President, I understand what Trustee Flora Shelton, saying. I completely understand that, but I think that, at the base, there's still board members are still, at liberty to request items to be placed on the agenda. All I did was request an item. There was no action the board has not just to be clear, the board has not taken an action. I requested an item to be brought back at the next meeting, but the board as a whole has not, quote unquote, directed administration to take action. If that's a clarification.
Thank you, Trustee Pham. And with that, it sounds like staff heard us, and maybe on the next agenda, we'll have an item to approve at that time, depending on how it goes. Thank you. All right, moving on to item 707. Did I take public comment?
Oh, yes.
Public comment
Public comment
this time.
is on 706.
On 706, sorry about that. Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and go to 707, update on RFP for affordable housing developers, informational only. Interim Superintendent or Colbert?
Yeah, Assistant Superintendent Chen, please update.
Thank you. Sorry, no update at this time.
Thank you. It's also for information only, so I'm gonna take public comment first and then bring it to any questions or comments from the board. Public comment on this item? Seeing none? Any questions or comments from my colleagues? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to item 801. Move to approve by Vice President Quintero and second by trustee Bam, sorry. Approve, okay, rejection of bid package and contract for Linda Vista bus drop off. Any presentation on this or comments from staff?
No, we're just, the administration is requesting the board to, just to clarify, is to reject all the bids that we receive. And the reason for doing so is that the scope of work that we put out in the bid package included handrails. We later found out that there was no requirement to do so. So in an effort to save some money, we're asking the board to reject all the bids so we can put out the bid package again and get some more bids, and then we'll bring that back to the board for another consideration.
Thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and open it up for public comment and then come back. Any members of the public wishing to address the board on this item? Okay, seeing none. Trustee Flores Shelton?
Yeah, thanks. Is there a way to just amend the scope with just to save time and money? To go with whomever you would go with and then just remove that?
Technically, it'd just be cleaner just to issue another bid package, because the original bid, has all and they're submitting one price for the whole scope of work itself. So just to keep it clean, we'll just need to revise the scope of work to remove the handrails and then have contractors submit new bids for us.
Just how much time and effort does that take to then create a new scope and?
It shouldn't take too long, about maybe a couple weeks at the most. And yeah, and this doesn't impact the timeline in terms of it doesn't delay the project itself.
Like staff time to redo it all over again.
About a week, maybe, not too much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Vice President Quintero?
Just, in terms of the interest, we're getting more folks coming through walkthroughs and things of that sort, or given the fact that economies, just, out of curiosity, we're getting more responses than we used to get, because I remember in the past, we had a situation where we only got one response. Are we seeing an uptick in terms of the interest?
A little bit, and part of it is due to timing, right? I think a lot of contractors are prepping themselves for, because a lot of school districts have projects going on in the summer. And so contractors are gearing up right now to get in place to submit their bids and hopefully gain some work over the summer. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. No other questions or comments from the board? All right, with that, we'll go ahead and bring it to a vote. All those in favor, please show by raising your hand. Okay, item passes unanimously. Moving on to item 901.
Second.
To approve by Vice President Quintero and second by Trustee Chavez. I'm gonna go ahead and open it up for public comment. To approve the County of Santa Clara Department of Behavioral Health Services. Any members of the public wishing to address the board? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it to my colleagues. Trustee Flores Shelton.
Yeah, I just want to thank the County of Santa Clara for their continued support and using their safety net dollars to help our students with School Link services, which is now really a core service that once upon a time, it was like year after year, we weren't sure if the county was going to continue to fund this. So it's really is the right funding source as the safety net body. And so the amount of $415,786 and the match that we have to do in turn. How do we come up with that match? Dr. Almason? Is that with our own
I
staff
think
time?
it probably, yes, with also in kind.
Okay.
In kind.
It's not a monetary match. It's just our own.
I believe so, but I'm gonna also ask Assistant Superintendent Campbell or Assistant Superintendent to also verify that as well. But to my knowledge, it's our own in kind.
Okay, great.
With our own staffing.
Thank you so much.
As Ms. Campbell or Clovera look into that to confirm. Again, I just want to highlight, I know Sandra had mentioned about having more counselors and the support so that our teachers can focus on teaching and our counselors can focus on supporting our our students. And so, yeah, just want to highlight, thank you, County of Santa Clara, for contributing towards this. Any amount helps, so this is helpful. And just looking forward to, continuous support as trustee Flor Shelton mentioned, where we're not guessing or maybe, that this just continues, that we understand the need, especially here in our area. So yeah, thank you to the County of Santa Clara. With that, do we get a confirmation on the match?
I'm gonna, I will have to get back to you on that. I'm pretty sure that it is a contribution we make through our LCAP in order to provide those services for our students and our schools. Our SLS coordinators are in cover quadrants in the district. So we have 4 of them, plus a central one here in the district that helps coordinate all the services and the programs that they bring to our schools. And I'm pretty sure, but I will clarify and let you know.
Thank you. All right. So with that,
Hang on, I think I.
trustee,
Oh my God. Is it a combination of lateness or tiredness? Sure. I didn't disappear from the end of.
you haven't disappeared. You're right there.
Okay, well, I want to, to thank the county, what is it? I think this is a recognition that, the schools and the counties are a partner in this endeavor, because at the end of the day, what we do has an impact on the wider society, and what the assistance that the county can provide us in turn, even with the $100,000 match and the $415,000 spent by the county, at the end of the day, that investment is, doubled and tripled in the results. If we help kids now, we set them up for success later in life. We mitigate we mitigate what we can with the difficulties that our children have to face day in, day out. And so, this leg up means in many cases means, the world to our kids and our staff, and, what we can do. What is it? There's a saying, what is it? When I was worked for a state legislature, the saying was that, it costs like $40,000 to keep someone in prison, right? And $40,000 that's a college education. And so I think I'd rather spend $40,000, preparing someone for success than $40,000, in a jail cell. So, again, I thank the county for their partnership, and, I thank, the administration and staff for bringing, and efforts of individual board members to get this partnership so that our kids have a better chance for success.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other comments, we'll go ahead and bring it to a vote. All those in favor of this item, please show by raising your hand. Item passes unanimously. Moving on to item 902.
Move approval.
Move to approve by Vice President Quintero, second by Trustee Chavez. Approve resolution number 48-2324 National Teacher Appreciation Week, May 6th through the 10th. I'm gonna open it up for public comment at this time. Seeing no one from the public wishing to address the board on this item, I'm gonna open it up to my colleagues. Trustee Flor Shelton.
Thank you, teachers. Hopefully we'll be celebrating with you that week, and I'll keep my comments to that.
Trustee Pham.
Well, again, I want to express my appreciation for teachers. I've always said that, if this was a theater company, our teachers are, are the actors on stage, and, we'll honor our classified and Teamsters. That's sort of like our technical theater and the back, but, this is the week for our our acting, our acting casts. And so I saw it today in action. And I see it every time I go out to see our kids and visit our kids. And so I appreciate, all Alum Rock Educators Association's teachers from the bottom of my heart. It takes a lot to teach in this district, and for that, I am always grateful. So, enjoy National Teacher Appreciation Week.
Vice President Quintero?
As a member of the American Federation of Teachers, I salute my counterparts in the K through 12 system. Thank you for all the work that you do. And the excellent support that you provide all of our students, the guidance, the tutelage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Chavez.
Everybody's already said everything. Except for I do want to say thank you and thank you for being here at Alum Rock. Sometimes you may not think that you're heard or seen or listened to, but you always are. And I just want you guys to know that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just add, I want to first of all thank my teachers, and the names, there's some very vivid names and teachers that I think of that really supported me to get to where I'm at. And want to thank the teachers now here in Alum Rock, who are those future, people that our students will think back, of our future leaders that will think back and think of those that helped prepare them to where they're, gonna be. And so thank you for being that teacher that's supporting our students right now to become those leaders. That foundation, that our elementary schools give, that, send them off to high school where they're gonna, do well, thanks to you. And, I know that each and every one of you, when you decided to be a teacher, I know you weren't thinking of the money, and I considered becoming a teacher and I saw the pay and I'm like, I don't know that I can do that. So thank you. Thank you for loving your profession so much and being so passionate. And know that we're gonna continue to do our best to, raise as much as we can. But overall, I just think everywhere, right? Like growing up and, even now, I'm like, wow, our society is really upside down. Our teachers should be getting paid the most, who are really preparing our doctors and lawyers and, all the others. So, hopefully we get to that point where, our teachers get paid as a society, that they get paid what they deserve, and that we get the money allocated so that we can, give it to your paychecks as you deserve. So I look forward to that. Thank you for advocating. Thank you for, being there early, opening the door with a smile. And maybe some days you don't feel like smiling, but you're still there and you're still smiling. And, sticking through to the end of the day. And then, having your moments to breathe. I worked at Independence High School for 7 years as a probation officer. And I spent, an hour with a student and I'm like, I don't know how these teachers spend, 8 hours every day for a week. And there's no like, don't come back here. So, yeah, you all do a lot. Thank you. It's recognized. I don't think of your work lightly. And as the board president, I'm going to continue to do my best to support you, in what I can. And, I look forward to, continuing to work together to not only make, our district the best for our children, but also the district the best for our staff and our teachers, especially. So thank you again for your work, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to interim
really quick, too.
superintendent.
Yeah, I'd
Yes,
like to
please.
add to that sentiment as well, and much respect and love to you all, in being the everything to all of our kids, because you are everything to them. And thank you for everything that you do every day for them. And so I can't wait to celebrate National Teacher Appreciation Week. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, I'll go ahead and bring it to a vote. All those in favor, please show by raising your hand. Okay, item passes unanimously. Moving on to item 903. Valley Health Foundation School-Based Wellness Center Grant information only. Dr. Almazan?
Yeah, really excited to share with the board that this is the grant. Which actually was tied to the press conference that we had attended a couple of weeks ago with the Valley Health Foundation, and that is it named 8 wellness centers, so that's 8 of our sites. And Aptitude will receive additional funding to enhance their existing wellness center that they have. So that's what we are. That's basically in a nutshell what that wellness center grant.
Can you tell us how much?
Yes. I knew you were gonna ask me that, and I just,
I think it's exciting and
It
I
is
think it's important
exciting.
for our
Oh my
public to
gosh.
hear.
no, I had it up earlier and I didn't have it now.
Do you want me to say it?
do you
It's
have
right here in our board. But
Oh, sorry.
no,
Yeah,
it's okay.
I-
And the
my
total
board.
amount
Yeah.
not to exceed $3,555,000. So thank you to Valley Health Foundation and all the partners that allowed for that to come. Thank you, Dr. Almazan.
Thank you.
Yes, great news. Any members of the public wishing to address the board on this item?
Veronica Charlton, just want to say, when students are hungry, when students are hurting, they can't learn. So it's vital that the district continue to support the wellness of our students and our educators as well. So I'm so delighted that we have wellness centers coming to 8 campuses, 9, right?
With the enhancement with.
With the
Aptitude.
enhancement of aptitude.
So-
So teachers don't just have to teach, we have to be a counselor, even though there's a counselor on the site, but the counselors have to service hundreds of students. Just this week, I saw students that were hurting tremendously. I did what I could for the time that I had with those students, but I had to reach out to counselors. Counselors are stretched in so many capacities, have the desire to help students, but these wellness centers would bring in the resources and take the load off of the counselors who are overburdened with the needs of our students. We know the impact that the pandemic had upon all of us, but our students are still hurting. They're suffering with things, and there's not sufficient resources right now to assist them and the educators who are trying to support these kids. So I'm really excited that we have this. I want to thank the district for making this move. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Flores Shelton?
Thank you. Can you just give some insights, Dr. Almazan or your staff on what we can expect to see? Is it like, are they phasing in? Is it like a hard start, August, or how's it gonna?
There is a timeline for this, trustee Flores Shelton. And I know that our SEL department is working diligently also to organize all of that, because as you know, it requires staffing as well. And our SEL department is working again to present that to our HR department to also bring that to bargaining as well. So
Okay.
but there is a timeline, and we need to be up and running, sooner rather than later.
I'm reminded of
Yeah.
this at the city all the time. Just because you get the money on July 1 doesn't mean the service starts on July 2, right?
That's- yeah,
So
yeah.
I understand hiring and
Yeah.
all those
And I-
needs. So looking forward to hearing that time.
And I just want to add to it, I want to highlight also the work that Dr. Anya Artigas had and really did to help in preparing this grant with Dr. Almazan, who worked very hard in order for us to be selected. And at the press conference, we got a lot of accolades for the good job that they had done, and highlighted, the time, and they could tell, they read a lot of different grant applications, and Alum Rock stood out of all of them. So I just want to highlight, the work that our staff are doing. Thank you, and Dr. Anya Artigas as well. And I do want to highlight some of the items that she gave me that this grant will help with. So I can answer maybe your question a little bit, trustee Flores Shelton. So, it will help increase infrastructure development focused on the multi-tiered systems of support, increase the development of partnerships to expand existing systems of support. The availability of wellness staff will be there 5 days a week to support clinical counseling from all 3 service tiers, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. And again, it won't be right away, right? But this is, once it's implemented, increase awareness of wellness through wellness center hosted activities, resource fairs, and parent engagement and support events. Wellness centers will serve as resource hubs for students, families, and staff. It will build capacity to serve people from 0 to 99 years of age plus, right? With guaranteed no wrong door policy. That really, I mean, all the other things got me excited, but that really got me excited. There's no wrong door policy. And then build capacity to support families with navigating systems that are often challenging. And so, yes, it just feels so good to read that and to know that the support that our community needs will be coming, and that support that our staff also need will be coming to the schools where teachers can focus on school and they know that the student will get the support they need, so they can come back and focus on learning in their classrooms. So trustee Chavez?
I have a question. Who
Mhm.
funds Valley Health Foundation? Where does that funding
Or
come?
federal funds according to-
I mean, who funds them? I'm sure they have different funders. The money, maybe you're asking regarding this,
Yeah. Is
according
it
to
from the
Michael
county,
Elliott,
The city, who exactly? does-
federally, according to
Federal?
Michael Elliott, federal funds. Vice President Quintero.
And there it's spoken, it was federal funds.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board?
I would just say that once we understand who the funder is, we do send a thank you.
Yeah.
Because what we always get nervous about is one-time funding or, things that produce great results and then we're expected to continue it ourselves. So it's always good to make sure we're having a relationship with our funders. Because I was under the impression it was county and county office of ed.
Federal, they were listed in mixed because he said.
Yeah.
Big chunk of it.
Okay, yeah.
I guess my question was so that we could hit them again. But to continue that relationship so that maybe in the future, maybe getting some more funds. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know our staff will keep them in our radar and make sure that we submit the grant applications when the time comes. Okay, and no other questions or comments? All right, with that, that was on for information only. We'll go ahead and move on to item 904.
Motion
Approve
to
school
approve.
sponsored field trip list, motion by trustee Pham, second by Vice President Quintero. Opening it up for public comment at this time. All right, seeing none, opening it up to my colleagues.
Yes.
Trustee Pham?
Bon voyage, have fun.
All right, enjoy, students. With that, we'll go ahead and bring it up to a vote. All those in favor, please show by raising your hand. Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item 905, SB 187, Comprehensive School Safety Plans. Schools must routinely write or revise their comprehensive school safety plans.
Move approval.
Move to approve by trustee Flores Shelton, second by Vice President Quintero. Any presentation or any comments from staff? All right. I'm gonna go ahead and open it up for public comment on this item. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and open it up for comments, questions from the board. Vice, trustee Flores
Super
Shelton.
grateful. My question is just, what is the cadence for doing any drills or doing any kind of, we call them like tabletop exercises, just so people understand how to put these in to motion in the event of disaster?
Each school is required to have these, emergency drills consistently, all inclusive of fire drills, earthquake drills, and heaven forbid disasters. So they do that in the fall with the with that. actual simulation with their staff on campus. So this is something that we always make sure that that our schools do every year. And we get those reports from the school sites also on a consistent basis, on a monthly basis. In terms of the actual natural disaster piece, like I said, they do it in the fall, and they should also be doing it in the spring as well.
I just be curious, like who our liaisons are with like the city and county emergency ops folks.
Yeah,
because-
there is a listing of who we do contact
great.
here.
Good.
Towards the end of our documents here.
Okay.
That each school has to who to contact in terms of further assistance that is needed from county or city, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. Yeah, I just have, we've got some fault lines through the district, right? That became more apparent when we were talking about the George, facilities plans and things like that. So there's so many things to be prepared for. God forbid,
Yes.
it's something that, it's earthquake, it's fire, it's,
Yes.
gun violence, there's all the
Yes.
things. So I just appreciate again the intentionality and the approach to have this sort of front and center for everyone. Thank you.
The questions just to highlight, I know we got a copy of one, and I know every school site has one. Can you tell us where it lives, just so that we all know? Or I'm guessing with the principal.
Yeah, it is accessible at every school. It's also accessible here at the district office,
library?
in our board library, and all of the plans in the board library are revised to reflecting 24-26. So it's also accessible here at the schools.
Yeah, okay. With that, I'll go ahead and if I don't see any other questions or comments, bring it to a vote. All those in favor, please show by raising your hand. Item passes unanimously. All right, thank you. Moving on to 906, Local Control Accountability Plan Progress Update. And I see Sandra coming up. Welcome.
Good evening. I'd like to introduce Sandra Garcia, Director of State and Federal. She's going to give you an update on where we are in our LCAP process that we need to share with you.
Maribel, can you grant access to share? Maribel, if you can grant access to share.
Good evening, everyone. President Herrera Luera, Vice President Quintero, Interim Superintendent Almazan, board members, and community. Sandra Garcia, I'm Director of State and Federal Programs. I'm here this evening to provide an update on the development of our 3-year LCAP plan for beginning next year. This is just a reminder of the timeline that we follow on an annual basis for the development of the LCAP. And we're now in April, May, which is the development phase. We've gone through a series of input sessions, forums, collecting of data, and surveys, and lots of community input in March, and needs assessments as well. So now we're in the process of developing the draft LCAP that will be presented to the board in June at a public hearing, at the beginning of June at a regularly scheduled board meeting, and then for approval at the end of June. So as I was stating earlier, we've done variety of outreach sessions with different educational partners throughout our district. And those educational partners are parents, our ARUSD staff, our union groups, our management team, our advisory committees, the DAC and the DLAC, our students. Students is when Dr. Amazon and I worked together in state and federal was a component that we added on to the LCAP process was engaging our students in providing their input. And as one of you stated earlier, our students love to tell us, you know, what they need, and they have no problem doing that. And it's great to have them involved in that process. And this year we formalized that process by creating the Student Advisory Committee. And so we had one meeting and we will have another one in May, and Ms. Wyatt and Mr. Rosado from State and Federal are leading that group. And we're just very excited to continue them as another advisory group in our district. We're also going to be doing some listening sessions with some targeted student subgroups that have shown in our dashboard to need some additional attention in our LCAP the next cycle. So we'll be conducting those in the near future. Just a reminder of the part of the needs assessment that we've conducted. We started with our subgroups and state indicators that we are going to need to include due to our differentiated assistance status. And those are for our African American subgroup, our English learners, Hispanic, Latino, homeless youth, our socially, economically disadvantaged students, and our students with disabilities. In the areas of chronic absenteeism and academics for most groups, and the area of suspension for African American students. In addition to the needs assessment that we've started with our differentiated assistance, we also have dug into the work with our instructional services team. We've had several sessions, probably 4 or 5 sessions together for several hours, and have really looked into our dashboard data. We've done some root cause analysis for the areas under differentiated assistance. We've done an evaluation of the actions and services in the current LCAP so that we could see that those actions and services that have provided results for us, and those that have not, and the changes that we plan to make in those areas. We've looked at aligning our LCAP goals with our strategic plan so that everything's in alignment and we're working towards a common goal. We've created buckets. After the needs assessment, there were 3 buckets that came out of the work, and they were conditions of learning, MTSS, and engagement. And I'll share a little bit more on that in a few minutes. And then, of course, the development of the LCAP goals for the 3-year plan. So this is the work that we've done with the instructional services team. And as we continue to move forward in the development, we'll bring other groups along to help with this work. So these are the 3 buckets that I was sharing a minute ago, conditions of learning, MTSS, and engagement. And really, as we looked into our needs assessment and the input from our stakeholder, our educational partners, and the surveys and from the forums and input sessions, our needs are pretty much what they've always been. We know that we've been hurt by COVID-19 and still have a lot of needs due to the pandemic that have resulted in terms of SEL and counseling and you know, safety and other needs that our students have. And we also know that our students are struggling academically. And so really putting things in place that are going to yield the results that we need for our students. And I think we had a comment earlier about how our students are really struggling and have those additional needs other than academic, and how are we going to support them in those areas through our LCAP. So these are the buckets that we came out with, and as you see, there are a lot of the initiatives and services that we currently provide that we still see are necessary to include in the new LCAP. Yesterday during our management team, we also had our management team dig into this work of the 3 buckets and add any areas that they saw that were missing from these. So the work continues. We're still in the development phase, and our next activity or action will be to actually put these into actions and services under our goals. So in looking at these 3 buckets, these are the goals that we have come up with for the new LCAP. And these are draft. And the first one, again, is around conditions of learning, to promote equitable and inclusive conditions of learning by ensuring that students have access to highly qualified staff, well-maintained and developmentally appropriate facilities, emotional and social support, as well as comprehensive standards aligned instructional materials and resources. So those are all the conditions of learning. What do students need in their school, in their classroom, so that they can learn on a daily basis? And the second goal will be around the multi-tiered system of support. And there's a lot of conversation about this, about how really our district should run through the MTSS, through systems of support. There should be aligned supports, and we really don't need it as a goal. But if you look at our current LCAP, MTSS is on there as well, and we still don't really have an aligned system of support. So we really need to make sure that that is identified in our LCAP, so that it is a goal of ours to create that alignment of the support systems that we have in our district, to support in the 3 areas: the academic, the behavioral, and the social emotional. So we want to make sure that it really aligns the work that we do in our district and the support that we provide our students, our staff, and our families. So goal number 2, create and implement a multi-tiered system of support across the district that ensures the well-being of staff, students, and their families. This asset-based approach will allow all members of the Alum Rock community appropriate access to tiered academic, behavioral, and social emotional support. And then the third goal is around engagement. And if you look at our current LCAP, the engagement goal is for parents, parent engagement. Well, we feel that engagement of all of the members of our community are important. So we made sure that we included staff and students, as well as parents in this goal. So it's engagement of all. How will we promote a sense of collaboration to engage all members of our community, students, teachers, families, and the community, in creating a welcoming and team-focused culture that is inclusive and culturally responsive to students' needs and demographics. And under this goal, I see the chronic absenteeism piece, the actions and services for that piece to be included as actions and services under this goal. So that's what we have as the draft goals for now. And the last piece I wanted to share with you were our survey results. So we have our survey happening now, and tomorrow is the last day. And as of now, our numbers are looking really strong. You probably have old numbers. I updated them yesterday. But as of yesterday, we had 3,225 families or parents respond to the survey, which is an all-time high. Our staff survey, so far we have 60% of our staff that have taken the survey, and we'll continue to push through tomorrow, trying to get as many as possible to respond to that survey. And then our students, 4,065 have taken the survey as of yesterday. And so hoping to get close to 100% there. These surveys are important because it really gives us a picture of how these different groups are feeling in terms of different areas in our district. So I'll close with this quote from Oprah Winfrey, that challenges are gifts that force us to search for a new center of gravity. Don't fight them, just find a new way to stand. And I really think that this is the opportunity for us to really look at the work that we do and look at the services that we provide to our families and our students and our staff in different ways to see how we can address the challenges that we face in our district in a new way, in new and creative ways. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the board for Sandra? Trustee Flor.
Can't help myself. Thank you. In looking at goal number 3, and I appreciate moving from parent engagement to sort of the whole school environment, and you're talking about culture. So I was just thinking, and when you say and community, sort of teasing that out, or because with my other hat and my role, right, and you have a lot of providers that come onto campus, right? And we're all trying to get at either stemming the tide of chronic absenteeism or safety or behavior issues or whatever that is, and support. So is that where like partners and providers are also a part of that?
Yes.
Trying to achieve that goal?
That we all work in collaboration together to engage all members of our school district, our parents, our students, our staff.
Okay, and I think it would be really good for us to make sure that all our providers and all those folks that set foot on our campus know, what we expect of them, right, to hit this goal, right? They may have their own, grant goals or whatever that is, but we have to set the expectation of what we demand of them, right? To be a part of that sort of safe and welcoming environment.
Absolutely.
So great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Trustee Pat?
Yeah, I just want, thank Sandra and thank your team. I think that, I saw that the responses from the parent, there was an increase, and I think that, as this district faces its own challenges, that, community input is going to be very important as to, the educational choices this board has to make down the line. And so I think it's a heartening sign that, despite the challenging environment that the last couple of weeks had, it's reflective of our community's continued desire to engage with their school district and play a part in, what their district will be doing, for the next 3 years in terms of the curriculum, in terms of how we work with our students and, and provide for their needs inside the classroom as well as, outside the classroom to the extent possible. So I look forward to, the new LCAP as we, when we see it in June. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. In regards to the goals, who came up with the language?
So it was part of our instructional services team work, the sessions. That was the last session that we had, was looking at the needs assessment, the input, and we created the buckets first and then came up with the goals together. So there were different iterations of it. I think we went through about 5 or 6 for each
I
one.
can imagine.
Yeah, but
And so they're all staff.
yes.
Okay.
Yes, but like I said, we were going to bring in other members of our district community to kind of give some input on that. That's why they're draft right
They're
now.
draft, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, great goals, and look forward to hearing from everyone else. And I mean, this is great news, right? It ties all the things we've been discussing about ensuring that our students are in classroom able to learn as a whole, that we've been able to address the other areas and bring in partners and community to support with that, and also hear from them, because sometimes I think we feel like, we've gotten all the areas, but we get to hear from them if that is something that we're doing. So It's good to see the 80% there.
Mhm.
And I look forward to seeing 100. And also our staff, I'm wondering maybe what would motivate them, talking to some of them, maybe our, union leaders, what might motivate our staff to respond, because it's also important to hear from them. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the work and thank you for your
Thank you.
presentation. And seeing no other, I'm gonna go ahead and open it up for public comment at this time. Welcome back.
Good evening. Veronica Charlton, George Middle School, Lindale Elementary School. We just want to share some of my own thoughts and also something from the founder and CEO of the Center for Black Educator Development, Sharik El-Mekki. He talks specifically about anti-racism and critical race theory, which has been debated in educational spaces. But there's an article by a man who is a senior fellow at the Thomas Fordham Institute, and that article is called, "I Believe Anti-Racism is Misguided. Can I Still Teach Black Children?" Well, there are white teachers wrestling with this question, though they may not say it publicly. We need anti-racist white teachers, co-strategists, and laborers in this work who are open to being deeply self-reflective about how to be the most effective at teaching Black and brown children who've been systemically oppressed and marginalized. My words. The only subgroup from that LCAP with suspensions in its category, along with chronic absenteeism, were African-American students. There's a reason. Their words. The achievement gap is real, and it is racist. Ibram Kendi argues in reference to measuring and degrading the aptitude intelligence of Black minds. It is occurring in our schools. And their remedy is higher racial ethnic pride. So what are we doing when we bring in ethnic studies? We're bringing that racial ethnic pride. I don't believe it will divide our students. I believe it will bring our students together. So I just want to thank Ms. Garcia for bringing this forward. And I've spoken with her about my thoughts, particularly for the African-American students. But we have to address the impact that our non-Black teachers have in this district, and addressing the needs of those students is critically important, and bringing in Black and brown educators to teach. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, Adrienne Vane from George Middle School. One of the things, I've been on LPAC committees at our school numerous times, and I believe I'm still on it. I'm on the ILT team and have been for quite a few years. And one of the things that I brought up earlier was supplemental materials. This is where supplemental materials, some of our funding to use that supplemental materials comes from. Sorry, it's a little bit late and I've been teaching all day. And using those materials are ways to connect with kids that otherwise we can't connect with, or we can't get them to come to school or want to come to school. Like I said, some of my supplemental materials are ways to mend that gap that they have with learning, especially after COVID. And I use, like I said, there's this one program I use, GimKit. If you come in on a Friday, last 10 minutes of my class, you will see kids engaged. It's like a gamified, it's like almost like Fortnite, but not. And they have to, answer review questions to play the game. And my classroom is loud with fun and laughter. And I know most teachers are like, we want it silent. It is loud. They're having fun. They're engaging with the materials. And that is what supplemental materials are supposed to be for. And that's what we use some of that LCAP funds for. So please talk to academic services and don't let them get rid of those opportunities. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other, thank you for the update. We'll go ahead and move on to item 1001, resignations on for information only. Feel free to read those. Any public comment on this item? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the board? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to item 1101.
Contract with the Art of Education University for $220,044.
Second.
Move to approve by Vice President Quintero, second by Trustee Chavez. Any members of the public wishing to address the board on this item? Seeing none, any members of the board wishing to ask or comment on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it to vote. All those in favor of this item, please do so by raising your hand. Item passes unanimously. Item 1102.
Approval contract with the amount of $184,800.
Second.
Move to approve by Vice President Quintero, second by Trustee Chavez. Right, any members of the public wishing to address the board on this item? Seeing none, any members of the board wishing to ask any questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it to a vote. All those in favor, please show by raising your hand. Item passes unanimously. Item 1103.
Approval of the contract with KB Education Services in the amount of $184,000.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Quintero and second by Trustee Chavez. Any members of the public wishing to address the board on this item? Seeing none, any members of the board wishing to ask any questions? Trustee Flor Shelton?
Just wanted to ask if this is a new provider for summer, this is KV Educational Services.
They had the program last year and Ryan.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, the media arts.
That's great. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it to a vote. All those in favor of this item, please show by raising your hand. Item passes unanimously. Item 1104.
Approval of the Think Together contract in the amount of $248,205.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Quintero and second by Trustee Chavez. Any members of the public wishing to address the board on this item? Seeing none, any members of the board wishing to ask any questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it to a vote. All those in favor, please show by raising your hand. Item passed unanimously. Item 1105.
Approval of the contract with YMCA Silicon Valley in the amount of $259,000.
Second.
Item moved by Vice President Quintero, second by Trustee Chavez. Any members of the public wishing to address the board on this item? Seeing none, any members of the board wishing to ask any questions or comments on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it to a vote. All those in favor, please show by raising your hand. Item passes unanimously. Moving on to consent calendar.
Move approval for
Second.
consent from 12:01 to 12:08. Wait,
Move to
check.
approve by
12:12, excuse me.
12:13.
12:13, sorry, it's
Okay.
late.
item moved by Trustee Chavez, second by Vice President Quintero. Trustee Flor Shelton?
Thanks. I'd like to pull for discussion 1206 and 1212.
Okay. Does the maker of the motion accept that? In second?
Yes.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Well, we-
Sounds good. All right. So the motion is to approve item 1201 through 1205, 1207 through 1211, and 1213. Any members of the public wishing to address the board on this item? These items and consent calendar? All right, seeing none, I'm gonna go ahead and bring it back to the board. Any members of the board wishing to ask any questions or comments on those items? No? All right, let's go ahead and bring it to a vote. All those in favor of passing those, please show by raising your hand. Items passes unanimously. All right, now we're take item 1206.
Thank you. I just had a question in terms of the goals for the travel. I see it's to DC, it's to a historically black college, which is great. Just wanting to understand the goals for the trip and what we're expecting.
Assistant Superintendent Rico, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so one of our initiatives in human resources is to attract and retain more Black educators. And so certainly in our research, and certainly Veronica Talton has been really a good thought partner in this process. Howard University is one of the top, has one of the top graduate schools of education in the nation overall. So we tried to go last year and it was already full. So we really worked hard to make contacts with them to talk about how many people are going to be invited, how many graduates they anticipate having, and certainly it's got one of the strongest programs. So really, we want to go out there and kind of, as I understand it, we've never been as a district. So certainly one of the top programs in the country. We want to go out there. We want to engage in their graduates. They also have an excellent program for school administrators, one of the top programs as well for school leaders. So certainly our goal is to attract and retain some of those top candidates to teach, and then recruit them into administration, really just to kind of really strengthen our ranks. So that is the goal. Certainly, one of the reasons why it's coming now is that they didn't open registration until after the deadline for the last March meeting. And so we're able to get in, but we missed the deadline for the last board meeting. Taking a diverse group, some HR staff, some teachers, as well as regular teaching and also special ed staff as well, because they also have a good program for special ed. So that is the goal, and certainly we will assess after the trip, and as we do all of our recruitment trips that you've been approving so far this year, we will assess the success of it and certainly make plans to either return or pick another institution to go to. That is the primary goal. We want to bring the best candidates to this district, and we want to keep them here. That is the goal.
Good, thank you. I look forward to hearing how it works. I look forward to maybe thinking also more about, again, the cost of living here is one of the biggest detractors. So what incentive do we have? And also, can we build partnerships so these costs can be, borne maybe, I feel like we need to put ourselves on the map as a district that is saying we want, diversity within our ranks here. But I also think we just need to be mindful of how we can be, thinking about whether it's the Black educators groups here, as well as just all sorts of diverse groups in terms of how they can help us fund these type of things. I'm fully supportive of it, and I appreciate the background and detail. So move approval.
Okay, move to approve by trustee Flores Tolson.
Second.
Second by trustee Chavez. I'm gonna go ahead and open it up for public comment. Any members of the public wishing to address the board on this item? Welcome back.
Good evening. I don't know if anybody's counting how many times I've been up here. I certainly didn't plan it, but just want to thank Assistant Superintendent Tarico for this opportunity once again. As a historically Black college graduate, a proud one, and someone who has communicated with him and the department about ways to recruit and retain Black educators, which is part of the Black Lives Matter in School resolution. But we had a conversation last year when we went to Wiley College about providing some type of incentive via a moving stipend or a cost of living, something to assist the students with moving to California and living here. So the workplace housing might be something that would certainly support. But I want to lift up something that I also shared last year, which was having additional Black educators go on the trip, not just me, and I'm proud to go, but additional Black educators in this district who can speak to what it is like to be a Black educator in this district. I don't want to be tokenized and go. And there are Black educators right here in Alum Rock that should be approached about going on this trip as well. So once again, the organizations that you referenced, Urban Ed Academy, which is based out of San Francisco, specifically targets Black males. The Santa Clara Alliance for Black Educators has connections with programs and resources that support Black educators. And at San Jose State University, there is a Men of Color cohort that has formed, and we want to utilize these resources that are within our community and also be realistic and explain to them what it's like to be a marginalized group, 1% or less in Santa Clara County and in Alum Rock. But thank you again for the opportunity, and I'm hoping this year we'll meet some seniors or administrators that are willing to come back. That's certainly my goal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Adrienne Vane again. I just would like to say that I support my fellow Black educators, and I think that diversity is always good. That's what we need. That's what our kids need. They need that enriched experience that people of different diversities and colors can give them. I can't give them that as a white person, but I know that people of color, all colors, can only create a better experience for our students. And that's what we want, is to create a better schooling experience for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any questions or comments from the board? Trustee Pham?
I'll just say, as someone who's makes his living in higher education, I mean, in terms of the historically Black colleges and universities, I mean, Howard is up there, and I'm very happy for our district to be represented there. I think this is in line with the commitments that this board has made in regards to the Black Lives Matter resolution passed in the I think the 2021 school year. And also, my commitment, as a trustee upon being appointed to the vacancy on this board at the time and subsequent election. So I've always said that our district is greater than the sum of its parts, and this is a great opportunity for us to reach out to potential African American future educators of Alum Rock. And my hope is that everyone has a fun trip out there to Washington, DC, enjoy the campus, and hopefully we'll see some Howard graduates out here in sunny San Jose, even though it hasn't been sunny the last couple of days. So, I'll be in support of this item.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? The only thing I'll say is thank you to our staff. I've said it before that our resolutions are not just passed, but that, we actually do something behind passing the resolutions, which the resolution is probably 10% of the work, but seeing the work that goes behind that and ensuring that we follow through and what we outline in those resolutions. So thank you, staff, and we look forward to hearing about the trip and seeing possible future educators here in our district from that visit out there. All right, moving on to item, oh, wait, sorry. Yes, we have a motion. We have a second public comment. We'll go ahead and bring it to a vote at this time. All those in favor, please show by raising your hand. Item passes unanimously. All right, moving on to item 1212.
I pulled this off wanting to understand why we're terminating this contract. The contract ends June 30th. Why would we be doing it tonight?
Do we have a motion for purposes of discussion? Moved by Vice President Quintero. Second by Trustee Chavez. Okay. Sorry. No, it's okay. I just, for purposes of discussion, I know you asked a question and you asked why. I guess we'll bring it to the person who put this on the agenda. Vice President Quintero. Sure.
Yeah, I think it's important that we reset everything. We have 10 schools that we're being asked to go ahead and consider, half of our schools. We have a contract that allows for an individual to come in at $800 a day. That calls for mileage at up to $300. The individual lives all the way in Stockton, so therefore that would more likely be used if their services were used. And then also it allows for expenses and meals as well as lodging. And so questions asked, Why? Because I think it's important that we take a hard look at everything that we're expending. And we take actual, we make decisions. This contract was brought to us a long time ago. And the justification was that the individual in question was going to give us services, and they did during the time that where we needed it. Then thereafter, the services continued and the contract kept on getting extended over and over and over again. And the public arose and they said, hey, what's going on? I thought this individual was here on a temporary basis. And the logic and the response that I got from the then administration was, well, they're here to coach up the new HR superintendent. Well, it seems like that individual's been here with the HR superintendent for a while. Just so happens that the HR superintendent happens to have been a lead negotiator in the previous district where they served. And so it seems like that coaching was not necessary then, and it definitely isn't necessary now. And it's an expense that we're making. Some of the comments that were made, I take offense to them, claiming that we would be left with people who have no experience, given the fact that we have an assistant superintendent of HR who happens to have been a lead negotiator in the past. We have an assistant superintendent of business services who has extensive experience with our district, years. So it would seem to me that this district has been expending these resources on this contract that are actually not necessary. And we have good staff that are able to do the work and that are able to represent us well at the table. And so it is for that reason that I went ahead and I placed this item on the agenda.
Trustee Chavez?
I have full confidence in the assistant superintendent and the job he's doing, well-trained. So this is part of us reevaluating the expenditures that we're making, because every dollar in the long run counts. And so I look forward to him being and doing his duties as he already knows how. And thank you very much for your patience, and I gave this a lot of thought, but we need to move forward with somebody who is qualified and can do the job. Thank you.
Any other members of the board? Trustee Flor Schultz?
Thanks for that background. I was just under the impression that because we're losing our HR director, is that the right title? We're losing our HR director, and we already made some title changes on negotiation. I think that was last month. So I know Assistant Superintendent Tirico is going to be the senior lead negotiator. Just wanting to know if there are any gaps in services outside of negotiations that we would need through June 30th. Or is he just a negotiator, or was there anything else that he was doing? Dr. Amasan?
Okay, I didn't know.
I was-
Is that
Trustee
something
Quintero had
that you
his
can
hand.
answer?
It's right here in the contract.
Oh, no, I think,
The services that are being rendered by this
Yep.
individual.
I
It
guess-
says professional services negotiation with all bargaining units, lead bargaining negotiator for Teamsters area, third chair in negotiation of CSEA, and conduct job classification study for several Teamster positions.
Just
Filling
to-
in gaps in other places doesn't seem to be within the scope of the services.
and just to highlight or bring it back, thank you for that. No, and thank you for that, for highlighting the contract. So the contract currently is up until June 30th, right? Is how we have it current,
June 30th, 2024.
2024. And then you're recommending to bring this to terminate today, which would give them 30 days notice, which would bring it to May 4th. What is it, 4th? Or whatever it is, 3rd. 30 days, if it passes. So in hearing the question from Trustee Flor Shelton, I guess, is there any gaps currently? Is there anything that he's covering other than the obvious things that are on the contract that Vice President just read?
To my understanding, Board President and Trustee Flora Shelton, there were some preliminary plans to also cover our Human Resources Department for the purposes of our Director of HR will be moving forward to a different capacity and will not be here as well as also covering, some non-duty days, that I was made aware of our assistant soup of HR also. And it's about an hour, I think was it 13 days, I believe?
Yes.
Yes, more or less.
And that time frame, does it fall within these 30 days?
Yes.
So those 13 days are before May 4th.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Or May 3rd.
misunderstood. The coverage would fall within the June
So the
June
current
time-
contract that we
yes,
have, got it,
yes.
thank you.
Not the May 4th, it's the June.
In June.
Yeah.
Vice President Quintero.
So you would be compensated for work outside of the scope that's within the contract? And so how would that happen?
No, I think what's being clarified is that within his current scope or within the current contract, he was asked to
Cover,
cover.
human resources.
But that's not listed in the contract, so how could he cover human resources if he's not contracted to do that? It's pretty clear in terms of, pretty narrowly focused.
So maybe it's another contract that needs to be done to bring him in. I mean, So- yeah. Vice
Uh,
President Quintero.
Through the president, is there another contract that this individual had that we're not aware of? Is this the only contract?
I believe so.
Oh,
So Trustee Flores Shelton.
So I think we should vote on the motion, but we're gonna have to figure out how things are covered. And we'll leave that up to the interim superintendent. And these are the challenges that we have.
Okay, any other questions or comments from?
I still would like an answer as to how we were intending to have this individual cover HR when in fact the scope of services aren't covered with what he was being asked or what would be planned is not covered in the contract.
So with that
I'm trying to be
question,
difficult here,
no, I
but
hear you. I think let's
it
find
seem
out.
as if, like, I'm making things difficult. We were winding up paying somebody for a contract that they don't actually have.
I hear you.
And there are folks who don't have to come all the way from Stockton and get paid for mileage and contribute to global warming and everything like that do services within our town. And they happen to serve as substitutes and a bunch of other places and a bunch of school districts. They happen to be former administrators. So I'm looking forward to seeing that the district is going to continue to function with other individuals, with this individual.
Thank you. And before we go to that, I want to make sure that we answer your question. And I know Dr. Almas, and I think this was a agreement that was made before. I guess what was your question? How are we gonna have
How
him
was he
do?
gonna cover HR if in fact his contract doesn't allow for that?
And is
Would he
this,
be getting compensated for services that are outside of the scope of his contract?
is this something, maybe, Cesar, that you can help answer?
No, I was not part of that discussion. It was really just a question of if I'm on non-duty and the director's not gonna be here. That was one of the possible solutions that was discussed, but we didn't bring anything. We just kind of were brainstorming as to what happened if our director were to leave and there wouldn't be anybody to cover.
Okay, I'll take that response. I appreciate that. Look forward to calling for vote. Take action.
Mhm. Any other questions or comments? All right, did I take public comment? Trustee Flores
Sorry.
Shelton.
Just, and I appreciate, Vice President Quintero's, diligence on this, where did it go? This contract, pretty vague, but it says the scope of work on page number 14, page 3, the retired comedian? That's embarrassing, I don't know how to pronounce that. Shall perform services in the area of school district human resources. All work shall be done in a good and work-like manner in accordance with industry standards. That's the scope of work. So there it says school district human resources, which is super duper broad. Yet the agreement cover page is specific to negotiations. So that just further complicates it, but there is coverage in the scope of work, just again, for
Clarify.
a backup.
And I think, so we have the current contract till June 30th of 2024. And I'm wondering, I know you brought it forward, Vice President Quintero, is there anything that I'm missing other than like, just in general, the information you gave that we knew a couple months ago or when we passed this contract? Any new information that I might be missing? So when I vote on this matter,
The 10 schools that we have to consider closing, we're a pretty big kind of bucket of cold water that says, hey, we gotta take some serious action, so that's the motivation.
but not like on him, or he didn't do anything, or there's something
Um,
that he. I'm just,
Kind of,
there's so many things that on here we passed today, right? That, I mean, definitely, if we bring the schools that we're closing, then we probably wouldn't have passed, you know, a lot of the things that we find valuable, that we get it, and we'll have to make those decisions. But I'm just wondering, is there anything that I'm missing that I need to vote to like end Jess Serna's contract today or 30 days from today?
I gave a pretty detailed statement that went on for quite a while. And I would hope that that would be taken at face value, much like I've taken many of your comments. And I've taken into consideration and made my decisions based on the comments.
I'm just wondering, if there's anything he did directly that has, just so when I
think
vote.
That type of conversation in an open session would be highly inappropriate, and if there was, it would probably be brought up in another setting. At this point, I've given my public statement, and that's what I'm basing my decision on. And, yeah, these are the comments that I made in public.
Okay.
This is what I'm basing my decision on.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to get my vote and make sure that when the things that I'm thinking of as I move forward, just like I have in the other ones. Thank you. Trustee Chavez.
I'm basing my decision on the bottom line. We have to start cutting somewhere, and this is one of the cuts. So I have a question. Do we have a backup to the backup? Who else in that office is next in line, and could they cover? You can answer offline or whatever, but I just would like to know the answer, please.
Well, as of right now, it would be our assistant soup of HR. However, when that time comes in June, you know, we wouldn't, but we would need to consider other avenues, right? Could be a sub person who has HR background, possibly.
All right, I'm just thinking, because the ship should always be sailing, and it just doesn't stop at one position. And so I always plan for a backup to the backup, which is what you do when you're in business. And that's what we're here for. We're looking at the business of the district, and we have to start thinking in terms of where do we have two persons doing one job that can be done by one? Because in the long run, we need to start making cuts. Thank you.
All right. Trustee Flores Shelton.
Thank you. I think my biggest concern is if the backup ends up costing us money because of its specialized nature and, you know, bringing, I think I heard you say, oh, you know, bring somebody on locally that, so we're, you know, we'd save money on not spending on lodging or travel, but we're still spending money. So I guess we've approved a freeze on administrators. So, right, so there's not going to be a director of human resources to back up the assistant superintendent. The assistant superintendent's out. So to Trustee Chavez's question, if the backup to the backup costs us money, we're like spinning our wheels here. So I'm super in support of the contract ending June 30th because I don't see, I think you've made a compelling case that we've got a negotiation team and you made a compelling case that we got to start making cuts. So the negotiation team goes from 3 to 2. So that makes sense to me. But we're in a pickle and I'd rather not potentially spend other money.
Trustee Chavez.
So this time frame that's gonna take place, this is during summer school or when the school's out? And so because school's out during that time, I would think that not that many administrators are needed at that time. Correct me if I'm wrong, please.
Assistant Superintendent Tarico, just the dates, please, for
Yeah,
that.
so it's the 7th through the 18th, I believe. I think Juneteenth is on the 19th, so it's right at when school ends, and it's
Exactly.
certainly part of my approved calendar. It's been hard to get any days this year. We've had a lot of stuff come up during holidays, as you guys know, because we've been together during some of that time. But I'll tell you that certainly the way I operate is I'm always available by phone. I always answer no matter what. And certainly going forward, we're not gonna have a director, and there's gonna be times, right, where I'm not gonna be in the office. And I will have to be available in case something happens, and that always tends to happen whenever I'm off.
Yeah,
Weird
it's
things
always.
happen and people call me and I answer. So this particular, not to get too much in the weeds, but my daughter's graduating high school, so we planned a trip, and I've been kind of, trying to take days, and every time and everyone knows, I'm trying to take other days, and then I end up coming in because things happen, right? So, we will be able to cover, we will be able to do the work of human resources, even though I'm out, and I think it's about 9 or 10 days, because I'm gonna come back right after Juneteenth, so it's like the last day the last day of school, and then up until about the 19th. So the business will get done. I will be available. I don't anticipate incurring any additional costs, just because I'm always available by phone. I'm not gonna be going to remote areas where there's no cell reception. I always bring my computer, no matter where I go. So I'll be available. The work will get done, and it won't cost us any more money. That's just because I know how important when things happen, that certain things can't wait. And they need to be addressed immediately, and I'm able to do that. The rest of the management staff, Irma, which is a certificated coordinator, she's gonna be there those days. She works with all the certificated management and the certificated teachers. And then the HR confidential admin assistant is also gonna be there all those days. And I'll be available by phone throughout the time I'm gone. So certainly, the work will get done, and there'll be no cutting of corners. I just want to make sure that I understand that we're worried about if something were to happen, then we're going to miss some things. It won't get missed. I will definitely be available and respond. And like I said, I have my laptop, I have my phone, and that's how it's going to be, not just for this period of time, but going forward, because I think that we're going to be without a director for a while, and certainly in my previous job. I had more teachers, the enrollment was higher, and I had less staff. I didn't have a director. So certainly I've been in this situation before, and I'm confident that I can handle the pressures and the workload of it, because I've been there before.
Trustee Chavez.
And that is what makes a good team, people. Somebody that knows that and is also delegating to other people in the same office. It's not just one person that runs the whole thing. It's several that are backing up, making sure that the work gets done. And I am confident that if we do this today, if we do approve, that the work will still be done and it'll still be quality work. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from the board? I think the only thing I'll add is, I don't think there's any doubt that our staff can do the work. But as, somebody who has vacation days myself, our staff do deserve vacation days where they're not taking their laptop and cell phones and things like that. But that's something separate than the item we're discussing here. So hopefully we're at this place, where you all can do that, except for superintendent, interim superintendent who's on 24/7. No, I know she has a great team that, will cover also for her. And so anyhow, I think now I'll open it up for public comment on this item.
Oh, we'd never get here. Okay, so first I'm going to read We had some teachers that needed to go home. And so this is from Misty Ambrosio. She wanted to say that she's been in the district for 23 years at Lindale and that she wanted to thank us for coming to her class today, but she's been on the bargaining team for almost the past 4 years and she's seen a lot. She's had an experience with bargaining sessions with Mr. Cerna. We've seen him bargain in bad faith. For example, his unwillingness to move or move so small it was almost as if we were moving backwards. I've witnessed his stall tactics, and I personally feel he holds the bargaining process up. It's been very inefficient where management hasn't been prepared to bargain. I hope that moving forward, the bargaining process will be transparent and efficient. I feel the district's money could be spent better elsewhere than on Jess Cerna's contract. Thank you for your time. The thing I would like to add in the remaining minute is that also being on the bargaining team, this year we have negotiated a total of 4 days. In those 4 days, if I add up all of the time we just did, because I have to keep record of it, we've only bargained out of 4 days, 150 minutes. So if you divide that by 60, like how many hours is that? And you guys are paying him $1,100 a day to come in. The last day that we bargained, we didn't even bargain. He came, he was here, he was collecting money to come in and look at us and say that he couldn't bargain. And so for those reasons, area is in full support of the termination of the contract. We would like to move forward with Mr. Tirico as lead negotiator. And we think that we can get a deal done by the end of the year if we move forward from this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Adrienne Vane. I'm going to say this as politely as I can and respectfully as I can, but welcome to the life without subs. This year and the past couple of years with sub shortages, we've had to deal. And we do. That's one of the things we do as educators and in the field of education is we deal with what we have to deal with. And it sounds like we have a team that's qualified to deal with it. And so I hope you take that into considerations. I've been a teacher for 16 years, and in most of those 16 years, there has been a delay in negotiations, especially in the past 10 years, which is when I believe Mr. Cerna became part of our bargaining team or your bargaining team. I've heard from, as part of the exec board, I hear the basics and frustrations of the negotiating teams, and most of them revolve around Mr. Cerna. He seems unprepared with counters or openers, and it's a waste of time. And we want to get through negotiations. I would assume you guys would as well. It's very frustrating, you know, when you're like, oh, can it just end? We want to start the school year on a good note and feeling like we're appreciated and we know what we're coming in with. It's time for a new start. And that's what this is. We're starting new and we have somebody qualified. So why are we sticking in the past and spending money that we don't need to be spending money on? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it to a vote. All those in favor of terminating the contract for Jess Cerna, please raise your hand at this time. All those opposed? Motion passes 4-1, with myself voting no on the item. Moving on to closed session. Any announcements? If you're not prepared, I'll go ahead and yes.
Okay.
Please. Item 1304.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, 1303.
Items in closed session to be discussed. Item 1303, conference with legal counsel in terms of anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 or 3 of subdivision D of section 54956.9 for potential cases. 13.04, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. 13.05, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to government code, section 5495.6, subdivision D1, one matter. An OHA case number 2023-120127. 13.06, conference with labor negotiations and employee organizations. 13.07, public employee discipline dismissal, release, non-reelection. Government code section 54957. Public appointment, 13.8, excuse me, 13.08, public appointment, employment, government code section 54957, title assistant superintendent instructional services.
Okay, thank you. And with that, what do you think, an hour and a half?
You have to
11.
take public comment on those items,
Yes, I'm just looking at the time.
and may I ask
Um,
for a 10-minute recess as well?
Yes.
Mm.
So an hour and a half, do staff, do you feel that's
11:30?
sufficient?
Just
Or an
call-
hour? What do you think? An hour? Okay, we'll do an hour with a 10-minute break. So before we break, I'll go ahead and take public comment on any of these items. All right, seeing none. We'll take a 10-minute break and then an hour, which brings us to back here at, somebody do the math. for me.
11:06.
Thank you, 11:06. See you at 11:06.
You've never, I've never seen you.
said today I'm gonna stay.
Never been here.
Alright.
You've never been here after quote.
Calling meeting back to order at 10:37 p.m. Report of any action taken in closed session. There were no actions taken, so nothing to report at this time. Item number 15, any future board agenda requests? Please, from the trustees or the public, please submit in writing to superintendent or meeting with supporting documents and information, if any, at least 1 week before the scheduled date. Items submitted less than a week before the scheduled meeting date may be postponed to a later meeting in order to allow sufficient time for consideration and usage of the district. And adjourning the meeting at 10:38 p.m. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you, good night.